Present.
Assemblymember Jackson.
Here.
Thank you. Mayor Lockdawson. Ms. Ortiz-Legg.
Present.
Dr. Pacheco-Werner.
Here.
Mr. Rechtschaffen.
Here.
Dr. Shaheen.
Here.
Senator Stern. Ms. Takvorian.
Good morning. I'm here. I'm participating remotely today. I'm forced to do that, and I apologize because I woke up with the flu this morning and a fever. So I have, I think, wisely chosen that I would not infect all of you or make the trip. So I appreciate your accommodation and look forward to participating remotely. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted. Chair Randolph.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
All right, thank you. I will cover our housekeeping items before we get started. We are conducting today's meeting in person, as well as offering remote options for public participation, both by phone and in Zoom. Anyone who wishes to testify in person should fill out a request to speak card available in the foyer outside the boardroom. Please turn it into a board assistant prior to the commencement of the item. If you are participating remotely, you will raise your hand in Zoom or dial *9 if calling in by phone. The clerk will provide further details regarding how public participation will work in a moment. For safety reasons, please note the emergency exit to the rear of the room through the foyer. In the event of a fire alarm, we are required to evacuate this room immediately and go down the stairs to the lobby and out of the building. When the all clear signal is given, we will return to the auditorium and resume the hearing. A closed captioning feature is available for those of you joining us in the Zoom environment. In order to turn on subtitles, please look for a button labeled CC at the bottom of the Zoom window, as shown in the example on the screen now. I would like to take this opportunity to remind everyone to speak clearly and from a quiet location, whether you are joining us via Zoom or by phone. Interpretation services will be provided today in Spanish for both in-person and Zoom attendees. If you are joining us using Zoom, there is a button labeled Interpretation on the Zoom screen. Click on that interpretation button and select Spanish to hear the meeting in Spanish. If you are joining us here in person and would like to listen to the meeting in Spanish, please speak to a board assistant, and they will provide you with further instructions. I want to remind all of our commenters to speak slowly and pause intermittently to allow the interpreters the opportunity to accurately interpret your comments.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. This message will be provided in Spanish. Buenos días, se proporcionará interpretación simultánea al español, tanto en persona como en Zoom. Si ustedes nos acompañan a través de Zoom, vaya a la parte inferior de su pantalla donde vea el globo terráqueo o los 3 puntos, oprima el lenguaje en la zona de interpretación para poder escuchar la sesión. Si nos acompaña por teléfono inteligente o tableta, tiene que presionar el punto donde dice Done para poder acceder a la acción. Si nos acompaña en persona y desea escuchar esta sesión en español, por favor, vaya con alguno de los asistentes de la Junta para que le proporcionen mayor instrucción y su equipo. Queremos recordarles a todos los que proporcionen comentarios que hablen lento para permitir a los intérpretes la oportunidad de interpretar todo acertadamente y mostrar sus comentarios. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now ask the board clerk to provide more details regarding public participation.
Thank you, Chair Randolph. Good morning, everyone. I will provide additional information on public participation for today's meeting. We will first call in-person commenters who have turned in a request to speak card, and then call on commenters, who are joining us remotely. If you are joining us remotely and wish to make a verbal comment on one of today's board items or during the open comment period at the end of today's meeting, you must be using Zoom webinar or calling in by phone. If you are watching the webcast, but you wish to comment remotely, please register for the Zoom webinar or call in. Information for both can be found on the public agenda for today's meeting. To make a verbal comment, we will be using the raise hand feature in Zoom. If you wish to speak on a board item, please virtually raise your hand as soon as the item has begun to let us know you wish to speak. If you are using a computer or tablet, there is a raise hand button, and if you are calling in on the telephone, dial *9 to raise your hand. Even if you previously indicated which item you wish to speak when you registered, you must raise your hand at the beginning of the item to be added to the queue. When the comment period begins, the order of commenters is determined by who raises their hand first. We will call each commenter by name and will activate each commenter's audio when it is their turn to speak. For those calling in, we will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. We will announce the next 3 or so commenters in the queue so you are ready to testify when we come to you. Please note, your testimony will not appear by video. For all commenters, please state your name for the record before you speak. This is especially important for those calling in by phone. Each commenter will have a time limit of 2 minutes, although this may change at the chair's discretion. During public testimony, you will see a timer on the screen. For those calling in by phone, we will let you know when you have approximately 30 seconds left and when your time is up. For anyone giving verbal comments today in Spanish, please indicate so at the beginning of your testimony and our interpreter will assist you. During your comment, please follow any instructions the interpreter provides. Please note your time will be doubled if you require Spanish interpretation. To submit written comments, please visit CARB's Send Us Your Comments page or look at the public agenda on our webpage for links to submit your comment. Written comments will be accepted on each item until the chair closes the record for that board item. If you experience technical difficulties, please call 805-772-2715 so an IT person can assist. Thank you, and I'll turn the microphone back to Chair Randolph.
All right, thank you very much. The first item on the agenda is item number 25-5-1, proposed amendments to the Advanced Clean Trucks Regulation and the Zero-Emission Powertrain Certification Test Procedure. If you are here with us in the room and wish to comment on this item, please fill out a request to speak card as soon as possible and submit it to a board assistant. If you are joining us remotely and wish to comment on this item, please click the raise hand button or dial *9 now. We will first call on in-person commenters, followed by any remote commenters when we get to the public comment portion of this item. The Advanced Clean Trucks Regulation was adopted by the board in 2020 and approved by the Office of Administrative Law in March 2021. This regulation is part of a comprehensive strategy to reduce emissions from medium and heavy-duty vehicles. The goal of this regulation is to minimize criteria and greenhouse gas emissions from these vehicles. The regulation is expected to increase the supply of zero-emission vehicles in the truck and bus sector for applications that are well suited for their use. In 2024, the board adopted amendments to the Clean Trucks Regulation that provided additional compliance flexibilities as requested by the manufacturers. On June 12, 2025, the President signed illegal resolutions purporting to overturn U.S. EPA's decisions to grant California a waiver to control emissions of new trucks regulated by both the Advanced Clean Trucks Regulation and the Omnibus Regulation. These resolutions are currently the subject of litigation and are separate from the proposed amendments here. The proposed amendments before us would make changes to support commitments made as part of the Clean Truck Partnership and in response to stakeholder comments. We continue to see growth in the medium and heavy-duty zero-emission market and are in the 4th consecutive year of increasing ZEV sales. The federal administration's actions, however, create significant uncertainty and present challenges to our efforts to reduce emissions by deploying clean transportation technologies. Fortunately, California's leadership in this area has created an ecosystem of programs and incentives that will continue to support decarbonization of the trucking sector and reduction of emissions, especially in disadvantaged communities. Dr. Cliff, would you please introduce the item?
Thank you, Chair Randolph. The Advanced Clean Trucks Regulation establishes requirements for medium and heavy-duty manufacturers to sell an increasing portion of their sales as zero emissions, starting with the 2024 model year. Based on information reported by manufacturers for the 2024 model year, manufacturers significantly exceeded the first ZEV sales requirement. In fact, more than 26,000 surplus credits are available to trade or bank for future use, which is 400% more than what it was needed for all of the manufacturers to currently comply with their requirements. This confirms the program is being implemented successfully. Last year, we heard concerns about engine shortages. At that time, staff met with manufacturers and other stakeholders and concluded the shortfall could not be attributed to the Advanced Clean Trucks regulation. Earlier this year, you directed staff to reconvene with these manufacturers to receive an update on the product shortage issues, which we will be hearing today. Staff met with all regulated manufacturers again this year to determine if product shortages were resolved. The manufacturers relayed that some of the same issues were still occurring at some level, but the situation has improved in part due to the additional flexibilities issued by CARB last year. However, new challenges are emerging due to the uncertainty at the federal level, including the impact from federal tariffs. Staff will continue to coordinate with the manufacturers on these issues. Staff are determined to provide compliance flexibilities where feasible to ease implementation. The California Air Resources Board and major truck manufacturers, as you noted, entered into the Clean Truck Partnership in July 2023. That agreement advances the development of zero-emission vehicles for the trucking industry and provides flexibility for manufacturers to continue reducing exhaust emissions to protect public health and achieve climate goals. These proposed amendments today would fulfill one of CARB's commitments in the Clean Truck Partnership Agreement to develop and propose to the board a pooling concept in collaboration with the regulated manufacturers and the states that have adopted the Advanced Clean Trucks regulation under Section 177 of the Federal Clean Air Act. The proposed amendments consist of minor changes that would have no significant cost or emissions impact. These amendments would provide additional compliance and certification flexibility to manufacturers and amend existing provisions of the Advanced Clean Trucks regulation to facilitate manufacturers' compliance with the requirements. In summary, these minor changes honor commitments made by CARB in the Clean Truck Partnership Agreement, streamline implementation, and offer additional compliance flexibility to manufacturers. Staff recommends approval of the proposed changes. This concludes my summary. I will now ask Kat Talamentes of the Mobile Source Control Division to begin the staff presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Cliff. Today, I'll be taking us through the proposed amendments to the Advanced Clean Trucks Regulation and the Zero-Emission Powertrain Certification test procedure. The proposed amendments generally consist of minor changes that have no significant cost or emissions impact. I'll begin with a review of some background information, followed by a summary of the proposed amendments, and finish with a brief discussion of the next steps. The Advanced Clean Trucks, or ACT, regulation was adopted by the board in June of 2020 to accelerate commercial deployment of zero-emission vehicles, or ZEVs, and contribute toward meeting the state's air quality and climate change mitigation targets. The regulation establishes requirements for medium and heavy-duty vehicle manufacturers to sell an increasing portion of their sales as zero-emission, starting in the 2024 model year and ramping up through 2035. It provides a number of flexibilities that assist manufacturers in meeting the compliance requirements. In October of 2024, the board approved amendments to the ACT regulation that provided manufacturers with additional compliance flexibility. And lastly, California and the Section 177 states cumulatively account for approximately 25% of the medium and heavy-duty truck sales in the U.S. The flexibilities in the ACT regulation include early action credits, a 3 model year period to offset an outstanding deficit, the ability to bank and trade credits, and the exclusion of certain 2026 model year heavy-duty engines from the deficit generation requirements, in addition to several other provisions. Moving on to another area, Staff are also proposing to amend the Zero-Emission Powertrain Certification Test Procedure, or ZEP certification, adopted by the board in July of 2019. The ZEP certification is a certification pathway for medium and heavy-duty ZEVs that increases consumer protections, establishes new warranty requirements, and accelerates progress towards greater vehicle repairability. The ACT regulation requires ZEP certification where applicable, starting with the 2024 model year to receive credit. Now to provide an update on the compliance data in California. Based on data reported for the 2024 model year, the manufacturers greatly exceeded the first ZEV sales requirement with more than 30,000 medium and heavy-duty ZEV sales in California. More than 26,000 surplus credits are also available, which is about 400% more credits than are needed for all the regulated manufacturers to comply with the current requirements. These credits were generated from ZEVs in all vehicle groups, but primarily consist of credits generated by the Class 2B and 3 group. Lastly, the total ZEV sales for the 2024 model year were about 22.8% of total medium and heavy-duty vehicle sales in California. In July of 2023, CARB announced a Clean Truck Partnership Agreement with the nation's leading major truck manufacturers. The agreement advances the development of ZEVs for the trucking industry and provides flexibility for manufacturers to meet emissions requirements while reaching the state's climate and emissions reduction goals. As part of the agreement, CARB agreed to develop and propose to the board a pooling concept, which is part of these proposed amendments. I will now provide a summary of all the proposed changes. The pooling concept was developed in response to feedback staff received from the Section 177 states and the manufacturers. Staff held public workshops in 2023 and 2024 on the initial proposed concept. Several manufacturers submitted comments on these proposals, including Stellantis, GM, and the Truck and Engine Manufacturers Association. In addition, staff met with the Section 177 states and the manufacturers over 30 times each to discuss the proposal. This feedback from our state partners and the manufacturers has been incorporated into the concept being shared with you today. To provide some context behind the first proposed amendment, credit pooling is a flexibility provision that permits manufacturers to use surplus ZEV credits generated in California and the Section 177 states to assist with compliance in another one of these states. This type of provision is currently used in CARB's light-duty ZEV regulations and provides flexibility to the manufacturers for ZEV deployments. Staff is proposing to implement a credit pooling system under the ACT regulation. The proposal restricts the number of credits that can be transferred into a state through annual percentage caps that are calculated based on the total deficits generated in the state accepting the credits. These percentages start at 20% for the 2027 model year and decline over time. For example, a manufacturer has 1,000 total deficits in California for the 2027 model year. The percentage cap for the 2027 model year is 20%, so this manufacturer may transfer up to a total of 200 surplus credits from the other states. This flexibility provision applies to all vehicles and can be used concurrently with the deficit makeup period. In the current ACT regulation, Class 7 and 8 tractor deficits can generally only be offset with tractor credits, with very limited exceptions. Staff are proposing to permit manufacturers to convert up to a total of 1,000 credits generated from other ZEV sales at 80% of their value to offset any remaining tractor group deficits for a given model year. For example, a manufacturer that needs 600 tractor group credits to meet their 2025 compliance obligation can convert 750 credits from other ZEV sales. The manufacturer in this case would have the ability to convert an additional 250 credits for the 2025 model year. This flexibility modifies the existing low tractor volume provision and addresses concerns regarding low tractor sales in some states. Further, staff are proposing to implement additional flexibilities at the direct request of the manufacturers. These changes include decreasing the minimum all-electric range threshold for near zero-emission vehicles, or NZEVs, also commonly known as plug-in hybrids, after the 2030 model year, providing manufacturers increased flexibility with respect to the order in which they retire ZEV and NZEV credits, and modifying the communication protocols with respect to the ZEV connector criteria in the ZEP certification. Several benefits are anticipated through implementation of this proposal. First, the proposal provides additional compliance flexibilities to the manufacturers, ensuring greater ability for the regulations requirements to be met in all states, while also accounting for potential fluctuations in vehicle sales from year to year. Further, the proposed amendments ensure ZEV availability in the other states. And lastly, the proposal maintains emissions benefits of the ACT regulation while increasing flexibility and decreasing regulatory burden on the manufacturers. Moving on to the next steps, staff recommends that the board approve Resolution 25-6, which includes adopting the proposed amendments and directing the executive officer to submit the amendments to be included in the California State Implementation Plan. Lastly, staff are proposing to release a 15-day package to ensure that credits can only be transferred through the pooling provision from states that are fully implementing the ACT requirements, in addition to minor updates to the reporting and other requirements. This concludes staff's presentation, and I will now turn it over to Joel Cresswell from the Washington Department of Ecology, followed by Megan O'Toole with the Northeastern States for Coordinated Air Use Management.
Good morning, Chair Randolph and members of the board. I'm Joel Cresswell, Program Manager for the Climate Pollution Reduction Program at the Washington State Department of Ecology. I'm here today to speak in strong support of the pooling amendments that the board is considering for the Advanced Clean Trucks program. In Washington, the transition to zero-emission trucks is already well underway, and the state is making major investments to help more fleets afford these vehicles, access charging infrastructure, and get technical assistance. Still, our state would benefit from adding flexibilities to the Advanced Clean Trucks program. The changes under consideration would give manufacturers more access to credits that could be used to meet their sales requirements. We also believe the proposed amendments would increase the development of plug-in hybrid vehicles, giving fleets more choice in the transition to zero-emission technology. In Washington, the largest concerns around compliance have come from the Class 7-8 tractor or semi-truck category, where sales have been slower than expected. So these proposed amendments to allow converted credits would put manufacturers on a guaranteed path to compliance in our state. We forecast that after Class 2B through 3 and Class 4 through 8 credits are converted to Class 7 to 8 tractors and all deficits are met, manufacturers will still hold 8,500 surplus credits in model year 2027. This is because clean vehicle adoption is already strong in Washington. Nearly 20% of new medium and heavy-duty vehicle sales in our state were zero-emission last year. Changes to allow pooling are important to Washington as well. Zero-emission trucking adoption benefits from economies of scale, with co-located charging, zero-emission fleets, and technical expertise contributing to the rapid growth of the market, as evidenced by Washington's rapidly growing share of zero-emission sales. These pooling changes incentivize continued manufacturer investment in leading state markets, such as Washington and California, to bring vehicles to areas where they are easiest to sell and earn credits. They support manufacturers in meeting compliance across all Section 177 states and are appropriately limited through a CAPP. The fact that they sunset over time also ensures that states will still receive the clean air benefits they and their residents expected when they adopted Advanced Clean Trucks. We strongly support these proposed changes and the benefit they will bring to Washington's zero-emission truck transition. Thank you.
right, do we have Megan?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get my video to work. There we go. Apologies. Good morning, Chair Randolph and honorable board members. My name is Megan O'Toole, and I am the Senior Policy Advisor at the Northeast States for Coordinated Air Use Management, also known as NESCOM. On behalf of NESCOM and the states that have adopted California's Advanced Clean Trucks Regulation, or ACT, I would like to express strong support for the proposed amendments to the ACT regulation and urge the California Air Resources Board to promptly adopt them. NESCOM is the regional nonprofit association of state air quality agencies in New York, New Jersey, and the 6 New England states. For more than 3 decades, NESCOM has supported states in using the authority under Section 177 of the Clean Air Act to adopt California's motor vehicle emission standards. Currently, NESCOM hosts a work group for Section 177 states across the country to assist with and coordinate state adoption and implementation of California's clean car and truck standards. NESCOM also facilitates the Multi-State Zero-Emission Vehicle Task Force, which serves as a unique forum for galvanizing state leadership on complementary programs and policies through research and analysis, information sharing, collective strategizing, and coordinated action on shared priorities. Medium and heavy-duty vehicles, mostly powered by diesel and combustion engines, are a major source of greenhouse gas emissions and a significant contributor to smog-forming pollutants that negatively impact public health. These vehicles make up only 5.6% of total on-road vehicles in the United States, but are responsible for 24% of greenhouse gas emissions, 58% of nitrogen oxide emissions, and 52% of fine particulate matter emissions from on-road vehicles. Medium and heavy-duty vehicles also log double the average annual mileage of light-duty vehicles, with their mileage projected to grow due to rapid growth in e-commerce and home delivery of consumer goods. The adverse impacts of medium and heavy-duty vehicle pollution are even more pronounced in frontline and overburdened communities located near freight distribution hubs, bus depots, and trucking corridors. Since CARB adopted ACT in 2021, 10 states have exercised their right under Section 177 of the Clean Air Act to adopt the ACT regulation as a key strategy for meeting their own air quality, public health, and greenhouse gas reduction targets. Following amendments finalized earlier this year to provide important clarifications and flexibilities for manufacturers, CARB is now proposing a number of amendments to the ACT regulation that will provide even greater flexibility for manufacturers, such as allowing manufacturers to use excess credits generated in one state to aid in meeting their compliance requirements in other ACT states, also known as pooling, increasing the ability of manufacturers to use Class 2B through 8 non-tractor credits to offset Class 7 through 8 tractor deficits, and adjusting the order in which manufacturers can retire credits. NESCOM and the Section 177 states support these program changes, given that pooling will have implications for individual states. We appreciate the thoughtful dialogue and collaboration between CARB staff and the Section 177 states leading up to this proposal. As Section 177 states prepare to begin implementation of the ACT regulation, manufacturers initiated a new practice of restricting the sales of diesel, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles where a fleet or dealer has not also ordered or purchased a certain number of zero-emission vehicles. This practice, referred to by the manufacturers as ratioing, imposes artificial requirements on the dealers and fleets that are not consistent with the ACT rule. Manufacturers use ratioing to sow confusion and to create a false narrative that electrification of trucks must occur at a more rapid pace and in more vehicle applications than the rule actually requires. Notwithstanding the atmosphere of misinformation and confusion that the manufacturers have created surrounding ACT, the proposed amendments will provide manufacturers with even greater flexibility to meet their obligations under ACT, given the potential for unforeseen market fluctuations and variable market demand across California and the Section 177 states. Most importantly, these amendments are intended to preserve the emissions reductions expected from the implementation of the ACT regulation while maintaining the necessary acceleration of the zero-emission truck market. In our written comments, NESCOM recommends a series of minor changes to the proposed amendments aimed at clarifying the applicability of the new pooling provisions and creating consistency across the regulatory programs administered by CARB and the Section 177 states. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed amendments to the ACT regulation. We appreciate California's continued leadership in protecting the environment and public health from motor vehicle pollution. Our states look forward to continued collaboration in our joint effort to electrify the transportation sector. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Joel and Megan, and thank you, staff, for the presentation. We will now hear from the public who signed up to speak on this item, either by submitting a request to speak card or by a raised hand in Zoom. I will ask the board clerk to begin calling the commenters.
Thank you. We currently have 7 in-person commenters and 3 commenters with their hands raised in Zoom. We will start with Todd Campbell. If you want to give us just 1 minute to get a timer on the screen. All right, Todd, you may begin.
No problem. Good morning, Madam Chair, and members of the board. Todd Campbell, representing Clean Energy, also the Transportation Project and the California Renewable Transportation Alliance today. We support staff's proposal to add more flexibility to the regulation, particularly to free up the heavier truck classes, which are struggling to adopt clean trucks. This is especially the case for Class 7 and 8 tractors. While we do believe more needs to be done and are ready to work with staff to help achieve the state's emissions goals, this proposal is a step in the right direction. Every Californian should be concerned about the continued purchase of legacy diesels as a path for compliance. This means instead of an omnibus compliant engine or a zero-emission truck being placed on our roads, a diesel that uses 15-year-old technology is put in its place. This is due to both the withdrawal of the ACF regulation and the potential loss of the EPA waivers that support both ACT and the omnibus rules. We therefore ask that the staff and board consider a friendly amendment to the NZEV definition. The expanded definition would include omnibus compliant trucks that are certified to 50 milligrams or lower NOx emissions, and our reasons for doing so are as follows. First, based on several studies, some of which performed rigorous in-use testing, omnibus compliant trucks were found to deliver durable and substantially lower emissions compared to the 50 milligram standard. This provides reassurance that the inclusion of these engines would not increase the emissions of the ACT regulation for the NZEV category. Second, there are at least 4 engines certified to the standard on the market today that can help support the hybrid electric and plug-in hybrid electric options, ensuring that the NZEV option works. Third, natural gas systems do advance zero-emission technologies or strategies as they use systems similar to hydrogen. In fact, under the light-duty ZEV rule in its infancy, natural gas vehicles were considered an advanced technology partial zero-emission vehicle or an ATP ZEV. Fourth, these state-of-the-art engines are affordable and more likely to be adopted in both large and small fleets who desire to operate a Class 4 through 8 truck that can reduce the impact on our most vulnerable communities.
Thank you. That concludes your time.
Thank you.
Next, Greg Herner.
Good morning, board members. Greg Herner on behalf of Miller Industries. I'd like to start by speaking to the environmental justice community. Tow trucks turn over faster because of the wear and tear, and under the Freeway Service Patrol program, it is mandatory. In the first 2 quarters of 2025, we've experienced a 77% reduction from normal in new trucks, tow trucks on the road. That is over $8 million in funding from the NOx mitigation that would have went to community benefits. And that's only from 1% of the trucks on the road in California. What you got in exchange is higher emissions from older trucks on the road longer. You got trucks that are less safe for the operators because of the wear and tear. You got potentially longer wait times for a tow. And you got less well-paying trade jobs that don't require a degree. We won't have the same participation today that we did last year. And the board is the one that should be embarrassed by this. It isn't because the industry doesn't care. It's because with a 77% reduction in the sale of trucks, business have adjusted to the new reality, job loss. And they don't believe the governor or CARB are willing to be responsive. And why should they? CARB has not provided the updates that they committed to do at various meetings. Instead, more interested in a feud with the Trump administration than jobs in your own state. To be clear, every other omnibus and act state are feuding with Trump, but they have also chosen jobs in their economy. We have no issues in any other state delivering tow trucks. After my comments at the last staff meeting, staff did reach out, or at the board meeting. I seem to be able to report that we are talking. I wish it was serious. But if it was, the chair and the EO know how to get a hold of me, and they've known for years. It was only last May that the board actually pushed back on staff and made them do a report
Thank you. That
after we
concludes your
said that
time.
it wasn't sufficient what was being
Thank
done.
you. That concludes your
That
time.
resulted in the discretionary
Mr. Hurley,
enforcement.
that concludes your
Thank
time.
you.
Thank you. Tom Van Heek.
Good morning, Tom Van Heek, Senior Policy Advisor with Rivian Automotive. Thanks for the opportunity to comment today. California's climate leadership is more important than ever, and we value the work of CARB staff, leadership, and members of the board in weighing amendments to the pioneering ACT regulation. The technology exists to meet the requirements of the ACT regulation, as you saw from the data presented earlier, but Rivian appreciates the need to consider additional flexibility for regulated parties and to support the durability of the standards in some states. With that as backdrop, I will offer 3 short and specific comments on the proposal before you today. 1, we do not oppose the proposal to allow limited interstate credit pooling in support of manufacturer compliance, but we do believe the pooling provisions should sunset earlier than model year 2035, or at least for the allowance cap to continue stepping down each year until that point. Number 2, Rivian welcomes new provisions to allow for the limited conversion of surplus non-tractor credits to fill tractor deficits. This is a smart amendment that recognizes the potential for over-compliant vehicle classes to support overall ACT compliance while the tractor market continues to mature. 3, Rivian has concerns about allowing surplus Class 2B3 NZEV credits to be converted for purposes of offsetting a net deficit balance in the tractor segment. Fundamentally, we believe questions remain about the true real-world environmental benefit of NZEVs. At a minimum, discounting NZEV credits at the same rate as ZEV credits does not seem to appropriately reflect the different environmental attributes of the 2 vehicle types, even in the best-case scenario, and removes another potential incentive for manufacturers to prioritize and focus on all-electric vehicle development in a segment, 2B and 3, where BEV technology has amply demonstrated its ability to meet consumer needs. Thanks again to CARB for your hard work in developing this rulemaking and for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you. Scott Cox.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. I'm Scott Cox on behalf of CalSTART, here to speak in support of the proposed amendments. Thank you to the board members and the dedicated Air Resources Board staff for this work and organizing this meeting. CalSTART supports the direction of the proposed amendments to the Advanced Clean Trucks Regulation. These updates, particularly to the credit transfer mechanism and the low-volume tractor provision, demonstrate that CARB is listening to the needs of the industry and responding to real-world limitations by original equipment manufacturers and the broader heavy-duty transportation sector. We appreciate the hard work of CARB staff and your leadership and your continued commitment to advancing a durable, flexible, and effective zero-emission truck roll and a broader energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick Chappie.
Good morning, Chair Randolph and board members. My name is Nick Chappie, here on behalf of the California Trucking Association. Greatly appreciate the opportunity to provide public comments on the ACT rules. My comments today will focus on the impact of the regulation, particularly on our dealer members. As previously noted by CARB staff, the ACT and low NOx omnibus rules continue to reduce dealer inventories due to ZEV sales ratios resulting from the rules. These ratios are resulting in real job losses, with one dealer reporting they have let go approximately 30% of its staff. Another dealer estimates that their sales from 2023 to 2025 are down 83%. In addition, a dealer stated that their used truck sales have increased by over 500% in the last year, the largest increase of used truck sales they've ever experienced to date. Essentially, truckers in the market for today's cleanest combustion engines cannot access them and instead are turning to used equipment at an increasing volume, likely erasing the presumed emission benefits of CARB's only emission standards. We urge the agency to continue to work to find solutions for impacted dealers and their workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill McGovern.
Good morning, Bill McGavin with Coalition for Clean Air. It's vital that California continue its progress in cleaning up the trucking sector. We continue to have the worst ozone and particle pollution in the entire country, and our plans for coming into compliance now have huge holes in them because of the rollbacks at the federal level. So we strongly support these standards for advanced clean trucks as well as heavy-duty omnibus. The data that staff presented show that manufacturers are over-complying with ACT and selling higher volumes than required in California. The flexibilities that are being proposed today, which we do not object to, will make it even easier for manufacturers to comply. So we do urge you to adopt these amendments, although I will note a concern that was voiced by Rivian and suggest that we do continued analysis of the emissions coming from the NZEVs that are included in this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Timothy Hughes.
Good morning, Chair Randolph and board members. My name is Timothy Hughes, and I'm a recent graduate from UC Davis's Institute for Transportation Studies. And my background is in providing intelligence to policymakers at the state level and federal level on the most advanced zero-emission vehicle market in the world, which is the Chinese market. And I just came back from another fact-finding mission over to China, meeting with their freight industry leaders, their zero-emission truck manufacturers, their utility grids, and I was specifically looking at their long-haul routes. And so I come today to tell you just about a business background and such, looking at how 15% of China's 15% of China's heavy-duty truck deployments last year were zero emission. That is 82,000 zero-emission trucks were deployed last year. That is in a huge stark contrast to here in the United States. And so I asked these freight industry leaders, why is it they adopted these zero-emission trucks over diesel? And I asked, to what extent did subsidies influence your decision-making? And their response was, the subsidies have no influence. It is the low cost of these vehicles and operating them. And so my worry is that with CARB, to a certain extent, taking a step back in asking our OEMs to be innovative in the products that they produce, that we are, to a certain extent, giving up our innovation and giving up our global competitiveness by doing so, because I worry about the longevity of our own manufacturing capabilities in the US and California, and how our products that our OEMs are making are no longer competitive on the global market, and we are now become more of a regional entity. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I'd love to talk with you more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will now move on to our Zoom commenters. We currently have 6 with their hands raised. First 3 are Mariela Rucho, Sam Wilson, and Kimberly Burr. Mariella, I have activated your mic. You may unmute and begin.
Good morning. I'm Mariela Racho with the American Lung Association. The ACT rule is important to protecting the health of the most vulnerable communities in California. We appreciate the work the staff has done so far. The adjustments to the rule need to ensure we are maintaining health benefits because transportation continues to be a major source of pollution, especially truck pollution. We need to continue protecting the clean air programs and tools and encourage the board to continue to ensure that the flexibilities of the rule do not reduce the health protections communities are counting on here and across other states. We echo comments submitted by UCS and NRDC on this point in terms of preserving ongoing signals for all electric range and ensure credit trades across weight classes result in appropriate emission reductions on criteria and climate pollutants. We thank you and ask that you continue California's ongoing leadership in protecting health and our most vulnerable communities from daily diesel pollution by ensuring the transition off of combustion technologies are widely and rapidly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam Wilson, I have activated your mic. You may unmute and begin.
Good morning, Chair Randolph, board members, and CARB staff. My name is Sam Wilson, Senior Analyst with the Union of Concerned Scientists. Thanks so much for the opportunity to comment today on the proposed amendments to ACT. We support reasonable flexibilities that are necessary to increase the durability of the rule, the ACT market, and the overall success of the program, particularly in states with more emerging zero-emission tractor truck markets. That said, these flexibilities must have some guardrails. Our analysis of the proposed language suggests that, as currently written, the credit conversion rates under section 1963.3 over value less impactful vehicles like class 2B and 3 ZEVs and NZEVs. We worry that this is undercutting requirements to sell zero-emission class 7 and 8 tractor trucks. For example, our analysis, which was included in our written comments, suggests that the proposal would remove the requirement to sell any class 7 and 8 tractor truck in most ACT states well beyond model year 2028. Advancing the availability of zero-emission tractor trucks is crucial for reducing harmful air and climate pollution from on-road freight. Given this, we have a couple of suggestions. First, we would suggest revising upward fungibility credit conversion rates using real emission data such as impact to better reflect real pollution impacts. For example, the language would allow roughly 4 class 2B and 3 ZEV sales to account for 1 class 7 and 8 tractor deficit, even though tractors emit roughly 24 times the NOx compared to a gasoline 2B on a mile per mile basis. Second, we would encourage you all to structure a dynamic market-based cap on upward credit fungibility to ensure that tractor sales continue to occur in all ACT states. Third, we would echo Rivian's comments on NZEVs. And finally, we appreciate CARB staff's proactive outreach and thank you for the opportunity
Thank you,
to comment.
Sam. Kimberly Burr, I have activated your mic. You may unmute and begin.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go for it.
I really appreciate this conversation and support the strongest clean trucks regulations that you guys can pass. And I have a comment on something that's tangentially related. And I just needed to make this comment because I can't wait till after 4 p.m. But an important opportunity has presented itself in the last several months. Golden State Natural Resources is apparently stepping away from production of wood pellets and transporting them down to the port cities of, frontline communities like Fresno, Stockton, and Sacramento. And they're stepping away from shipping them, making them, and that means they won't be shipping them overseas to be burned. But this company wrongly asserts on its webpage that our forests have become a danger to the environment. Given your broader understanding of climate change, emissions, and sequestration, I know that you do not agree with this perspective. As you know, based on research by the Center for Biological Diversity and others, the production of and collection of trees and other materials results in large emissions, and pellet production results in more emissions through transportation over long distances and for burning. I wish California had acted on this important information, but luckily the public did, and now pellet production by GSNR is not a threat at the moment. This is good for the earth and the forest, by which pellet production has been placing more pressure on them due to what some dreamed was a profitable way to use our forest. This development by GSNR buys us a little time to perhaps recalculate our models to include the overall emissions that are associated with the so-called forest biomass industry. I thank you guys so much for all your really important work, and available to answer questions if you like, and thank you so much.
Thank you. We have 3 more commenters in Zoom. That is Paul Mankin, Christian Corby, and Josh Lovelace. Paul, I have activated your mic. You may unmute and begin.
Hi, my name is Paul Mankin with Miller Industries Incorporated. I represent the towing industry. The only ZEV sales that are available are in smaller classes of trucks. No matter what is being stated by the manufacturers, will not be able to allow Class 4 through 8 trucks to be delivered into the state of California. The inventory of available new trucks have dwindled to such low levels that truck and equipment dealers can only stay open by doing service only. This continues to be held in place by CARB, while other ACT states have already postponed this. At this point, used trucks and even dirtier than current engines are being allowed to be sold into California. Dealers cannot stay open no matter what CARB states. These credits do not exist in these classes. Light-duty trucks do not tow vehicles or haul groceries. In addition, the towing industry still cannot clearly use ZEVs for their class of trucks. Also, the percentages of ZEV trucks are being stated are very jaded, while being compared to the fact that ICE engines have been dropped to close to zero, and reasonably making the total percentage of purchased ZEVs being put into the industry. Unless a miracle in battery technology comes available soon, the amount of towing vehicles to keep the roads clear will dwindle, creating dangerous roads and gridlock. Thank you.
Thank you. Christian Corby, I have activated your mic. You may unmute and begin.
Hello, my name is Christian Corby, and I'm the Deputy Executive Director at the California Electric Transportation Coalition, or CAL-ETC. Good morning, Chair Randolph and board members. CAL-ETC supports these proposed changes and supports CARB's willingness to listen to OEMs and build in additional flexibilities into the rule to help them meet their obligations. We also support CARB's continued dedication to the Clean Truck Partnership in an effort to stabilize the medium heavy-duty ZEV landscape. And we also support your continued work with dealers and OEMs to help understand truck shortages in the market. And we really appreciate that hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last commenter, Josh Lovelace. we have one more after Josh. So Josh, I have activated your mic. You may unmute and begin.
Thank you. My name is Joshua Lovelace with Miller Industries and the Safe Roads Coalition. I'd like to echo some of Paul's comments earlier that we just simply don't have any options. I have personally gone out and tried to find chassis manufacturers that are EV to where we can mount a tow body to them, and they do not exist. I've spent many hours. I've traveled to different locations, and we simply have no option. And what we're looking for is we're looking for some sort of a solution that will allow us to keep the roads open, commerce moving, highways safe. I'm sure everybody that is listening to me has had an interaction with a tow truck at one time or another. Usually it's not too pleasant because you're broken down, you're on the side of the highway. If you've waited 2 hours, 3 hours, that's long enough. Now imagine waiting 8 hours, 10 hours, 16 hours, because the amount of tow trucks that are available to keep the roads open are dwindling and vastly. So I'm asking that, we're willing to come to the table and look at options, but they just simply don't exist and the technology isn't there. And we're going to continue to work with OEMs and anybody that will listen if they say, hey, we've got an option. What do you think about this? We're all in. We've got customers that are clamoring to have the first electric tow truck. They just simply don't exist. So I'm again asking that the CARB board members and staff take a step back and look for sensible solutions. And we're willing to work with you. We're here and we're willing to listen to ideas. And I do appreciate CARB staff reaching out to us a couple weeks ago. Michelle and Chris, I appreciate their conversation. I would like to keep furthering those conversations. So if we can provide any more information, if anybody has any questions, we appreciate it. We just need some sort of an exemption in the current moment until sensible solutions can be found. Thank you.
Thank you. Bianca Santoyo, I have activated your mic. You may unmute and begin.
Hi, good morning. My name is Bianca Santoyo. I'm a community organizer for Center Race Poverty and the Environment, also part of the AB 617 CSC from Shafter and also from the Arvin and Lamont. I've seen the downfall of having the zero emission reduction plan for heavy duty trucks. We've had this plan actually open for the public for trucking companies to take advantage of these incentives, and yet we've gone to the 6th year and still haven't seen no company come aboard in these rural communities that have been affected with the trucking industry. Being a owner company myself, I understand how heavy it is to even have the infrastructure in the valley that is heavily present of heavy duty trucks. So companies have to rely on not clean infrastructure, diesel combustion, and that does increase the NOx and the VOCs, the PM 2.5, the ozone. So it's really important for CARB to go back and actually look for the infrastructure and provide that services for smaller owner companies, not for larger companies that do have the infrastructure in place, but actually small operations, owner operators that could take advantage of this. But at the end of the day, our infrastructure is not there. We do need more support for owner operators that do want to take advantage of these programs, and the infrastructure is not there. The prices of the vehicles are highly, and the loads are not being paid as they should. So I do appreciate your time. Thank you for giving me.
Thank you, Bianca. Madam Chair, that concludes our commenters for this item.
Okay, thank you. I'm assuming staff has no corrections for the record before I close the record.
Chair, just one correction. I think I heard one of the commenters indicate that it wasn't possible to trade across credit classes. If you have excess credits from the Advanced Clean Trucks regulation, you can in fact trade those credits across credit classes. So for example, a class 2B3 credit could be used to satisfy a class 4 through 6, or even up to a tractor deficit. That's actually new as part of these amendments.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Okay, so before we get to board questions and comments, I will close the record on this agenda item. However, if it is determined that additional conforming modifications are appropriate, the record will be reopened and a 15-day notice of public availability will be issued. If the record is reopened for a 15-day comment period, the public may submit written comments on the proposed changes, which will be considered and responded to in the final statement of reasons for the regulation. Written or oral comments received after this hearing date, but before a 15-day notice is issued, will not be accepted as part of the official record on this agenda item. The executive officer may present the regulation to the board for further consideration if warranted, and if not, the executive officer shall take final action to adopt the regulation after addressing all appropriate conforming modifications. Okay, as we kick off the discussion, I wanted to raise a couple of questions, and you sort of answered one point about the trading across classes, and I appreciate that. And I really appreciated Mr. Lovelace and Mr. Mankins' comments. And I think we recognize that we still need combustion tow trucks on the market. And so my kind of question to staff is, what is the status of trying to resolve this engine availability issue? I mean, as I think Ms. O'Toole mentioned, this is a function of the manufacturer's activity. So I want to understand how we are working with them to try to resolve this issue, and any sort of feedback you can give on timeline. I know it's complex enough. You may not have any exact feedback, but would love to hear your thoughts about next steps.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So as you know, a year ago or more, you directed us to start looking at this issue. And what had been initially suggested was related to the Advanced Clean Trucks regulation regarding the inability for some classes of vehicles to be sold in California. Turned out largely to be an issue with compliance with the omnibus regulation. This is the inner combustion regulation for diesel trucks. And so staff looked at that issue. We were able to resolve with some work with the manufacturers some specific issues that could result in the sales of those engines that meet the 2010 emission standard, but not the cleanest emission standard that's now part of the omnibus regulation, by expanding the amount of what are called legacy engines that could be sold in California. Those are offset by emission reduction activities in other areas. So the net change in total emissions was zero. And this was part of the discussions that we had with the Clean Truck Partnership negotiations, and it ultimately resulted in opening up more ability to purchase engines. So what was kind of a large issue has continued to shrink over time. And what we're hearing now is that there are still concerns over both engine availability, that is, as a result of manufacturers who haven't quite brought technology to the market that meets the requirements of the cleaner combustion, and manufacturers that are implementing their response to the Advanced Clean Trucks regulation by ratioing the vehicles or engines that they sell and requiring dealers to then purchase the zero emissions along with any combustion that they buy. That issue will continue to be a problem in certain segments, and it's why we've pushed for manufacturers to seek other opportunities for flexibilities, such as trading in the credit market, instead of trying to hold dealers accountable for selling zero emission product that may not exist for a particular type of vehicle. Last fall, the board adopted additional amendments which would allow manufacturers, including secondary manufacturers, to trade in that credit market. So that actually resolved the issue, or at least partially resolved the issue for some manufacturers. And what you're seeing is in the case in particular of the tow trucks that we heard from several speakers about, is they have kind of both an engine availability issue and a concern about the lack of product available that is zero emissions that meets their particular duty cycle. So our approach to this is twofold. One, try and address the engine availability issue right away so that we aren't putting those who are trying to get new equipment that doesn't necessarily fully comply with the omnibus regulation opportunities to get access to those engines, which are clean and are part of California's requirements, but don't meet the kind of latest requirements that the board has adopted for cleaner combustion technology. And then secondly, continuing to work with manufacturers to look at opportunities potentially for zero emission technologies going forward. And as staff noted and I noted in my opening, there are more than 26,000 excess credits available in the marketplace. So this isn't a problem with the ACT regulation or the availability of credits or that zero emission technology doesn't exist. In fact, more than 30,000 vehicles, nearly 23%, or 1 in 4 heavy duty, medium and heavy duty trucks sold last year. So we know that the technology is available, just not necessarily in all classes. We're also continuing to work with manufacturers to try and get them to understand that by restricting their kind of ratioing in these specific ways to these classes is hampering their market in California and in these other states. So we feel as part of implementing this Clean Truck Partnership, we can continue to work with manufacturers. We'll continue to have those meetings with them. And I think for us, understanding that the board is rightly concerned about these issues, we have multiple additional meetings coming up related to trucks in California in September and then again in November that are part of our implementation of the Clean Truck Partnership and implementation of other truck regulations that will have more opportunities to bring updates and hopefully have better resolutions at every turn when we come back to the board.
So I'm hearing a couple takeaways. First of all, there is this availability across class that the classes that the manufacturers are not taking advantage of, that we are providing even more opportunities with these amendments to comply across classes. So they really should not be targeting specific classes in terms of their bringing product to market. So you will keep, sort of working with them on that issue. And it sounds like you're kind of chipping away at the engine availability issue, but it has not been resolved by any means. And so we have to keep pushing the manufacturers over the next few months to resolve this issue. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's right. And I also just want to temper expectations a bit here. The issues associated with the 2 regulations that I mentioned are important, but they're not the only issues facing this industry. And more broadly, when you look at the vehicle industry, they're facing other challenges, including still coming out of supply chain challenges, demand across the nation that have been high as a result of those supply chain challenges. And then most importantly today, tariffs. So this is resulting in a lot of different challenges within that particular sector of the economy. So we're not going to be able to fix all those issues with amendments or kind of flexibilities that we might be able to provide or any conversations that we're having. But we want to resolve as many as possible that might be specifically associated with these technology in California.
Okay, and one more question / comment before I turn it over to my colleagues is, we have gotten feedback on the definition of near zero vehicles kind of on both ends, right? I mean, we have our companies that have natural gas trucks that are willing to use RNG that are looking for a potential pathway. We also have comments from the other end of the spectrum, which is sort of, are you over crediting NZEVs? And so if you look at the engine availability issue and you look at the issue of thinking about definitions that are currently in the reg, layer that on top of the process we're going through around the governor's zero emission executive order and a lot of the feedback that we have gotten from various stakeholders around continuing to move the zero emission vehicle market forward, but also recognizing that we are losing emissions reductions opportunities as rules are, as the uncertainty grows, as I mentioned in my earlier comments. This is a long-winded way of saying I feel like we are not done. And, you did mention that there's more truck-related issues coming to the board. And I think it's really important for us to be unpacking all of these issues and being open to what are some strategies that we might want to deploy and get moving, is as part of that discussion that will help increase our opportunities to achieve emissions reductions, both in combustion and in zero emission.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And just to respond to that, appreciate Todd Campbell's comments today, and we want to continue to meet with them to better understand how their suggestion for carving out as part of the NZEV, carving out those kind of cleaner engines that they're suggesting would not result in more diesel technology and kind of challenges associated with our regulations. But appreciate that they've been very willing to meet with us, and we've had multiple opportunities to talk about this. And so we'll definitely continue to do so. I think it's also important just to note that the board, in approving the low carbon fuel standard regulation last year, also encouraged us to find uses for the renewable natural gas. And when the board approved the Advanced Clean Fleets regulation a few years ago, also had indicated, hey, we need to continue to look at this issue. So the renewable natural gas issue is a really critical issue for us to resolve statewide, because we need to remove methane emissions from the atmosphere. And at the same time, how we keep pushing forward with our momentum on zero emissions, as you noted, due to the governor's executive order. So this is something that we're trying to work through and meet with stakeholders on. And I think by the time we come back to the board, we need to continue to have answers and have made progress, and as you say, chip away at these issues.
Okay, I will turn it over to my colleagues for any questions or comments. Dr. Shaheen, and then board member, board member Dawn.
Thank you, Chair. And I really appreciate the questions that our chair just teed up. I was going to move into those categories as well. So, really heard loud and clear from the tow truck industry, right? They're valuable partners to us in road safety and in jobs in the economy. So understand, Dr. Cliff, how complicated the market space is that we're working in, and look forward to having ongoing updates on that issue. Also appreciate the chair's comments regarding Todd Campbell, Clean Energy's comments and feedback. I really appreciate all the time you spent with me, and also your support of what we're trying to do here. While you have a friendly amendment on the table, you're also supporting us in what we're trying to do, which is to provide flexibility. So thank you for that, and we'll keep monitoring that. Next, I just wanted to really acknowledge the work of staff. I understand this is very, very complicated in terms of the evolving implementation challenges we're all facing, particularly with both the Clean Truck Partnership and with the credit pooling issues that we have in front of us. So I think the message I'm hearing is flexibility. So flexibility is very important to us as a board, and the pooling mechanism for me at present appears to strike this balance. But I do have a few follow-on questions for you, Kat, and maybe Michelle and others. So one of the things I'm always really keen on is, real world emission data monitoring. So, as we talk about all electric range requirements for NZEV category, I'd like to better understand how the CARB staff will be monitoring whether or not this change is affecting the pace of ZEV adoption, particularly for class 7 and 8, including the emission monitoring. So that's my first question.
Hi, Paul Renaja with on the ACT regulation. So I think one part of this is that whenever these vehicles will come to market, and at this point we haven't seen any NZEVs or plug-in hybrids come to the heavy duty sector. There's been a lot of interest from manufacturers and a lot of interest on the fleet side too. But we're still getting there in terms of actually seeing them enter the real world situation. So I think we will be taking a look at this in terms of both certification and see like how they do in terms of meeting our emission standards, meeting all electric range tests. But beyond, I think we will have a pretty big interest in just the real world operations of these vehicles, just testing their emissions and see like how they do in the field. Like, are they being used in their diesel operation and electric operation, or a mix of the two? I think as we start to see these vehicles in the real world, that'll be a big part of how we go about measuring the emissions. But I think the first step is just to get the vehicles out there so that we can have another option beyond just battery electric and potentially fuel cell.
Yeah, thank you for your response on that, Paul. So it sounds like ongoing monitoring and reporting back. And then, one of the concerns I found in the commentary from stakeholders on both sides is the potential for credit accumulation, right? That outpaces actual ZEV sales. And so I'm curious what your plans are to issue regular reports or dashboards to provide transparency and visibility on how the credits are being banked and used. And my second question, outside of monitoring and reporting, is how are we going to distinguish where the impacts are hitting the ground in terms of geographic fairness? So that's, this issue of tracking and reporting where credits are generated versus where they are actually being used, with a keen eye towards our underserved and overburdened communities.
So this is Tony Brazil, Branch Chief, Transportation and Clean Technology Branch. Each year, we actually publish the details as to what we get from the manufacturers around mid-year after we do some quality control and of the data. And so in those reports right now, we are putting them out as a single document. We are looking to use interactive tools to allow people to slice and dice the data right now and ultimately make those reports shorter. So that information is out there in terms of it doesn't identify location specific as where trucks are being placed. Again, one thing that sometimes comes up is the rule is structured now to look at where the vehicles are delivered for sale. And the manufacturers would get credit and deficits associated with that. It doesn't necessarily mean that the truck is off the dealer lot yet. And so it doesn't necessarily show up in the registration data. So there will be a little bit of a separate effort to be able to analyze where the trucks are, where the buyers are, because even where they operate might also vary to a degree.
Thank you, Tony. Yeah, I understand, understanding where the spatial distribution is another level of complexity in data and monitoring. But, my concern is just, clean air and protecting the public health. And we're up against a lot right now. So understanding that those trucks are actually moving in those communities where they're really suffering. And final question related to monitoring is just, is there a plan for a program evaluation or a report back in a few years, maybe 2027, 2030, to assess how this pooling and credit revision is functioning in practice? I certainly appreciate the innovation and taking this concept over from the light duty space, but really interested in any plans you might have for reporting back to the board, but also having either an independent evaluation or evaluations ongoing on the effectiveness of the pooling mechanism.
So I'll say with the pooling provisions and the timelines that it takes to actually adopt the changes in other states, the pooling provision would effectively begin with the 2027 model year at the earliest. So any report back would need to occur sometime after that.
Okay.
And
Well, I would love to encourage you to think about reporting back and an evaluation of how effective and, do we need to be making any changes from an objective standpoint to the policy mechanism on the table today for vote. Overall, I'm supportive of this resolution and really grateful for all your hard work. I realize how difficult this is. at this time. You got a lot of things that you're balancing, so thank you.
Board Member Ortiz-Legg.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and it's nice to be here and see everybody, and thank you for the commenters that came in. Also, on this attempt to make some efforts to bring some flexibility to the ACT. You know, I think that I'll pick up where Dr. Shaheen just ended, and that's regarding talking about the pooling credits and having this be one of the amendments and yet not being able to see anything way past 2027. We're really stuck here. I mean, we've got so many things coming at us at this point in time as a state, as a country, as regions, and talking about, you know, as Dr. Cliff said, in regards to even the external factors of freight movement, the tow truck industry, the engine manufacturers, whether it's tariffs, supply chain, et cetera. All of this requires us to, I think, really put our best effort forward on doing some of the suggestions that have been brought forward to us in regards to increasing that flexibility. I, you know, look at the proposed amendments and, you know, in there, it talks about that there's, you know, relatively little, not expected to have significant cost or emission impacts on California businesses. And I think really what we need to be looking at, these are fine, but we need to be looking at things that do have significant impact on the bottom line for our businesses and for obviously our emissions reductions. And that's why I'm really interested in more on the proposed amendment coming from the clean energy folks in regards to some RNG capacities, whatever the dual path can be. We need dual paths. That is really critical. So one of the questions that I wanted to just check in with is that, you know, we came up with these ideas, but all those conversations happened in 2024 prior to the executive order that came out of this federal administration that we have. What kind of conversations have we had since in order to really work together on finding ways to reduce emissions and get cleaner vehicles out there? Because as we heard something about 500% increase in used truck sales, that tells you something. Do you have any reporting on since the Trump administration's actions, talks with our engine manufacturers?
Well, I can start and maybe staff can fill in. I will just say in general, we meet with manufacturers on a regular basis. This is light duty side as well. And when I say on a regular basis, this is nearly weekly, certainly monthly. We have conversations that kind of range the gamut from certification to just kind of general marketplace things to they have particular concerns or some new issue that popped up. So we are in regular communication regarding the kind of more specific, you know, how have things changed as a result of the actions that the Trump administration has taken. I guess in part, it's helpful to provide just a bit of context there that one of the reasons that we were really interested in this clean truck partnership is to provide both certainty to the state and to manufacturers going forward, where there might be a potential for a change in the federal posture around clean energy and clean technology. And so we engaged in that conversation in good faith with them. They came, you know, in fact, may have even been their idea to kind of come to the table to say like, okay, if the future is something different, how can we work together? And, you know, it took several months to kind of work through that process. There were some very specific issues that resulted. That's not to say that facts haven't changed on the ground. You know, the reality in the marketplace and those things are things that we need to continue to discuss. But at a high level, the rationale still stands that we're trying to provide as much certainty both to breathers in California and to the industry who's providing this technology to ensure that we're not having fits and starts, that investments are done in such a way that provides them the greatest benefit, and that we're meeting our commitments to the people of California to get public health and clean air benefit.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I appreciate that. I guess that, you know, if we, and I really like the way that Chair Randolph started to walk around some of these issues and trying to figure out how do we get a little bit more creative here in regards to amendments to this. And I'm just curious as to what timeline how could that play out? How can that play out for us to really consider some of the RNG sources and being incorporated into the choices right now? How do you see that, sir?
Yeah,
I kind of have a thought, and I will, just curious what you all think. I feel like a little more kind of numbers and information, would be helpful. And I know, as we've mentioned a couple times, we do have another truck item coming, shortly. So my suggestion is having staff prepare a specific memo kind of responding to this discussion about the NZEV definition. And the reason I was suggesting that is because that would provide some basic information for the board, and then the board could consider that and provide direction for what to happen next, right? Because the item that's going to come in the fall is not going to be an amendment to this reg, but it could provide an opportunity to have discussion and provide board guidance on potential future next steps. And it could include any other thoughts staff has on potential next steps. So would be interested in hearing feedback on that.
If I could jump in out of turn, I strongly support your suggestion.
you want my
Yes.
happy to.
Excellent. Board Member Ortiz-Legg.
Well, on that note, I think that, you know, omnibus compliant standards are important to provide back to this board that's already approved these things in regards to moving forward in a manner that is supporting future application to increase clean air trucks out there. So I'm good with that. That sounds like a nice way to go in order to keep everybody happy here. I think that we have an opportunity. That's where we're at right now, is that this is an opportunity. And I don't think that we need to, you know, look at anything more than the fact that the route to addressing climate can come in many ways. And that's our goal here, is to make sure that we're working hard to keep that clean air moving direction, and also our economy at the same time. So I will yield and thank you.
Chair, if I may, we want to think a little bit about the format for how we provide this information back. In part, I'm thinking, because this is a formal rulemaking process, our requirement under the APA would be to respond to comments in the final statement of reasons, not kind of in a separate document. So understanding that the final statement of reasons isn't necessarily the right place either, that the board wants more information, we'll think a little bit about the best way to try and get information back to the board and to the public about this particular issue, which may be the form of a memo or some other approach in relation to the governor's executive order response or something like that.
Right. I think we're flexible on how you choose to do that. I guess the way I'm conceptualizing it is that we get these amendments done, but we also make sure that we have agendized as part of the discussion when the ACF amendments come up, is, you know, an opportunity for the board to have received this information, for the public to have received this information, and for that sort of discussion to take place. That would inform board guidance as to next steps.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Board Member Takvorian is next, and then we have more folks here in the room.
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to thank the CARB staff and the stakeholders who participated in this process. And I appreciate CARB's adherence to the provisions of the Clean Truck Partnership Agreement by their presentation of this proposal to the board today. That said, I am concerned that the OEMs are not fully compliant, given some OEMs' encouragement of the denial of the waiver and the advancement of the Congressional Review Act resolution and their repeated statements regarding CARB's lack of authority to implement our act. Excuse me. Given the current federal environment and the uncertainty, it's really difficult for me to support this action for three major reasons. And the first is, has been touched on, the lessening of critical emission reductions in the most impacted communities as a result of this action. As we all know, health impacts of pollution are localized and depend very much on where the pollution is generated. And these are the communities where diesel PM is the highest. These are many of CARB 617 communities that are working hard to reduce PM from heavy-duty trucks. And that process has been severely hampered by the cancellations of the provisions of ACF. I'm also concerned about credit pooling that would presumably allow statewide emission targets to be met, but could result in fewer sales of zero-emission trucks in some areas, which could diminish local air quality and public health benefits. And I'm in agreement with those stakeholders who express concern that the proposed language would allow pooling among the Class 2B3 group credits converted to the Class 7 and 8 tractor credits, which may slow the transition to zero-emission tractors in and around the communities that need the air pollution relief the most. And I'm in agreement with Dr. Shaheen's comment regarding the need to know what the local impacts will be, but I'd really like us to know that before we make these amendments, rather than waiting until the negative impact has occurred. And that sounds like it could be the path that we're on right now. My second major reason is I feel like this undercuts the support for the heavy-duty charging hubs, and we haven't really talked about that. There have been many thoughtful comments about the availability of heavy-duty charging in California as a hindrance to heavy-duty zero-emission transition. While California really must do better, we have invested over $1 billion in heavy-duty charging infrastructure, and these charging hubs have recently been launched or they're in development. In order for these businesses to succeed, these heavy-duty trucks have to show up. And I'm concerned about leaving these businesses without customers should the transition of heavy-duty zero emissions slow down in California. As we discuss economic impacts, this is one that hasn't received much attention at all. And lastly, I want to say that I think this action is likely premature. The federal assault on California's work to protect public health and the environment has changed the policy landscape, and it isn't over. Excuse me, just a second. I think that, excuse me, with the announcement that the Trump administration will repeal the endangerment finding, which scientifically established that greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide and methane endanger human lives, I think CARB needs to be more careful about removing any tools from our toolbox. And I'm thinking that perhaps we can wait to develop the program and policies as we've been asked to do under ACC 3. And that's been launched by our recent listening sessions to receive policy and program ideas. So given these concerns, I would strongly suggest continuing work on these amendments and revising them to ensure that they do not reduce public health improvements in the most impacted communities in California. And thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Dr. Pacheco-Werner.
Thank you. I really want to start by saying that we're having this discussion about the flexibilities and everything, and I think that we also have to take a moment to see where staff have led us up until now, where we do see new technology on our roads that we didn't think was possible, and I think that their tenacity and this board's bravery has really led to this new technology in our roads that is, we can't go back now. And I think that that's a really positive thing to start with. When I think about any of these amendments and anything having to do with heavy duty trucks, I always think about them through the lens of a little community in the Central Valley called Malaga, which is completely surrounded by trucks every single day. And yet there's not a lot of like high-end fleets or, no big fleets that would have ever even been impacted by like our ACF amendments. So I'm always looking for opportunities about how we help places like Malaga breathe cleaner air in whatever way that is possible. So kind of on that bandwagon around data, maybe you have this now, or maybe it's something that we can keep having conversations about, but do you have any complementary data to tell us more about how there's this overcompliance of credits that we're talking about, and the graph that we saw in terms of the sales percentages, and yet we're also hearing from CTA and I believe from tow trucks, but pardon me if I'm misquoting you, that that the dealerships are in trouble. And so I'm trying to understand how those two things are happening at that same time. What as a board member am I missing about that story? And then in terms of these credits not being traded and that being a consistent problem now that we have seen. In future meetings, I would like to see what new opportunities we have to resolve that problem, because we've been hearing about it and we need to move on it. So I would love to hear about new opportunities on that end. I know that I echo a lot of the comments around the NZEV and needing to be more flexible on strategies, and hope to see more of that, because I think that there is an opportunity. And for example, again, going back to Malaga, a new Loves is coming in that right next to that community that is going to have alternative fueling options there. And I think that as much as those alternative fuels can be used there in those near those communities, that would greatly help them and our emissions as well. And so I think that when we come and see what we have coming up this fall, and you continue to have conversations with OEMs, one of the things that I'm really hoping that we can understand by the end of the year is exactly where OEMs are going in terms of their research and development. Because as you mentioned, Dr. Cliff, that they have these other issues aside from complying with our regulations. And I guess I want to make sure we have all the facts in terms of, are they going to come out with better, or even any, in some of the chassis issues, are they going to come out with any of the class 7, 8 trucks that we need, or that people actually need to buy? Or should we be recalibrating in terms of how else can we continue to have emissions reductions? I don't know if you have that picture in your head already, but I think we really need to have like full eyes open in terms of where the technology is really now, and where are they going? What are they thinking? Because I just don't want to be reactionary. I want to just deal with what we have on the ground and capitalize emission reductions as much as possible now and plan for that. Thank you.
Dr. Pacheco-Warner, thank you for that. So it just so happens in my review queue, and I'm late on this, I'm sorry to staff, that I was supposed to finalize the 2024 Advanced Clean Trucks Credit Summary, so I happen to have it right in front of me. Just letting staff know that in fact I was looking at it. So to give you that information, this will soon be public once I check the box saying it's ready to go. Last year, manufacturers sold 131,552 Class 2B through 8 vehicles in California, where 30,026 or 22.8% were zero-emission vehicles. I know sometimes we hear from certain commenters and it makes it sound as though the sky is falling. In fact, this is good. I mean, this is 26,000 more credits than are necessary to comply with the Advanced Clean Trucks requirement. So some might say, well, sure, that's a lot of Class 2B and 3. I've seen those zero-emission vans delivering things in my neighborhood. I'm aware that some, personally sold vehicles that are considered Class 2B are getting ACT credits, such as Rivians. And so what does that really mean in terms of these big trucks? And as Diane brought up, concerns about not being able to deploy those in communities. So I happen to have that information as well. If you look at the total amount of tractor sales from those that are selling zero emissions, you're looking at something like 1,300 tractor sales in California, of which a little over 200 were zero emissions. So in fact, when you kind of start looking at these data, the real story doesn't say the same as what we might hear about concerns. So those concerns are broader than just our regulations, and or there are issues kind of beyond just these requirements. I think CARB has been bold, and rightly so, in adopting really important targets. That keeps our momentum going. Manufacturers are rising to the challenge, and I think are putting out really good products that people are interested in. To keep that momentum going, this is, of course, the subject of the governor's executive order. And as Board Member Takvorian noted, we also need that because those who are providing infrastructure need to understand that those investments are wise. So all of that kind of says we're a little bit in the messy middle, or maybe the messy beginning, and it's going to continue to be a bit of a challenge as we go forward. But I think the story is pretty good, and it's in fact better than what the regulations required. So hopefully that just gives a little bit of context for your question, just in terms of what the overall picture looks like here in California.
Thank you. And just before, I really want to be clear that I do not want you all in your conversations with the OEMs or anybody to take your foot off the proverbial pedal, and I just want to understand where is the situation as it stands today. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Hopkins.
Thank you so much. And I want to say first, thank you so much to staff for all of the work, and thanks to all the members of the public who commented and also submitted written comments as well. I feel like my colleagues have kind of asked most of my questions. That's one of the nice things about, going later. But what I want to acknowledge is the overall challenge that we're facing. And I feel like we are trying to plant a forest one tree at a time, which is a very, very difficult task, right? And so right now we're just looking at one individual tree, one individual regulation, and yet everyone else is experiencing the collective impact of the forest, right? That means that, regulated industry, our environment, and also our EJ communities, they're all experiencing the collective regulatory impact that we are kind of trying to plant one tree at a time. I'm relatively new, very new, I would say, to this board. So maybe this conversation has taken place before my time, but my big picture question is, what is this a functional forest that we have created? When I think about forests, I think about ecosystem services they provide, right? Real forests provide things like carbon sequestration, biodiversity, water quality improvements. I feel like the sort of ecosystem services of our regulatory forest that we're trying to create are, we're trying to decarbonize our fleet while also maintaining the, I believe, fourth largest economy in the world, while also protecting the health of our EJ communities that have been unduly impacted by poor air quality for many, many decades. And so I feel like, at some point, I hope that we have an opportunity to ask, are we achieving our collective goals? How do we look at all of these sort of regulations collectively in addition to the individual processes? And so, are there any unintended consequences that we weren't expecting? And if so, what are the different levers that we can pull, again, looking at all of those and not just an individual? And so I guess I'm wondering if maybe, Chair Randolph, that might be incorporated into, what you're talking about with a future meeting conversation, or if there's just an opportunity for a broader update at some point.
Sure, I'd be interested to hear Dr. Cliff's thoughts about that, because I do think there's some good opportunities to look at the ecosystem, and to some degree, we're kind of doing that in this executive order conversation as we're getting feedback from the public, because those discussions have been incredibly wide-ranging. And I'm wondering if there is an opportunity, in addition to the document that we are going to prepare and give to the governor about potential next steps, is perhaps some discussion at the next meeting, just sort of with a download from staff about some of that feedback and how that feedback relates to kind of the numbers we're seeing, and to Dr. Pacheco-Werner's point, and kind of an opportunity to sort of do a little bit of a presentation on kind of that dialogue and how that's relating to implementation.
Yeah, you read my mind, Chair. I think that's exactly right, that for the September item, we can do a little bit better job at providing that context for how these various things fit together. Certainly the body of work that we've done over the last many years has created that forest. And, our concern, of course, is that the Trump administration is trying to clear cut. So we're at a point now where we need to both continue to make progress on the areas where we have our programs, and figure out how we regroup and continue that momentum. And so all of these things fit together. I can assure you that staff is keeping that forest in mind as we continue the work, but I think we have to show our work a little bit better, and happy to do that for the September item. Thank you.
Thank you. My other question, and I apologize, I come from a rural community, so I feel like all of my metaphors are natural resources, but we're also kind of talking about like upstream versus downstream, right? And we're talking about OEMs, and then we're hearing more from end users, whether that is an owner operator or whether that's a dealership. And so I was intrigued by the CTA comments about different dealership impacts and looking at kind of the increase in used truck sales. And I was wondering, do we actually track that data at individual dealerships? Because I was thinking about, what if we see more ZEV sales in like Walnut Creek and Palo Alto, and more used truck sales in, say, East Palo Alto and West Oakland? Because then we would obviously be doing the exact opposite of meeting our environmental justice goals. And so I was just kind of thinking about like geographic equity and the impact on particular parts of the state. And I was just wondering how we track that data over time. And of course, that the dealership may not actually be, where those routes are taking place. But even if you look at that as a proxy, or how do we actually track the impacts on end users in communities, both the sort of air quality impacts, but then also potentially economic impacts, right? If we see a particular community, losing a certain number of jobs, is that something that we're monitoring at all?
We certainly have information regarding registration of vehicles, and that feeds into our modeling work. But I can ask maybe if staff has any additional information to help back me up on what the kind of regional distribution is, or how frequently we get that information.
Tony Brazil, this is a little bit out of my area of depth, but with our emissions inventory, for instance, that is updated regularly, and it is based on actual registrations and where vehicles are, and then other information from counties and cities on truck traffic and things of that nature. That is not a dealer level item. I'm personally not aware of any particular regular effort that would track that information, but we do have other tools in trying to understand either where vehicles are being sold and through our funding programs and things of that nature that are data sources that I think we could. I'm not aware of any that would address that concern.
Great. I would love to, if at some point we're able to get access to, the registration data, because that might help be again, a proxy for if we're seeing an uptick in used truck sales would be wonderful.
Can I just add really quick? I mean, wouldn't another data point also be the drayage registries? So we can see like what sort of trucks are being added to the registry over time, which obviously is related to port communities.
I guess the comment is, I mean, we'll be coming back with another item, but as you know, with Advanced Clean Fleets regulation, the drayage trucks were covered in that. And at this point, we have not been enforcing that part of the rule from our agency perspective, and we're looking to ultimately repeal that portion. So at this point, we can't assume that the data is being updated. Truck information.
So, okay, so to clarify, we don't have access to the drayage registry just to see what types of trucks are being added in the normal course of business.
The drayage registry is now housed in our truckers system. But since we haven't been enforcing the rule and are repealing it, the expectation that fleets will continue to update it is no longer present. And so we can't say that it's going to be valuable for today's status, but we do have all the data from prior years and so on that we could still look at.
I think the point here is we're not exactly sure how to answer the question as what other access to information we might have. And we're certainly aware that registration data exists and perhaps that could be disaggregated. But we wouldn't actually be able to provide that disaggregated information to the public, in part because the information is considered confidential because it contains PII, I don't even know what that stands for. Anyway, personally identifiable information. Thank you. And so I think we're going to have to look at what other data sources might be available to help answer that question a little better. Thanks for that.
I think just like an aggregated, right? So if there's a way to, create a chart that's non-disclosable from PII would be wonderful for the future. And then finally, I swear, last question. I feel like I wouldn't be doing my duty representing a rural community without kind of uplifting the concerns of rural communities. We in large swaths of my district don't have cell reception, don't have broadband, and have frequent power outages. So we're just the type of communities that honestly are slow to have access to improved technologies. We don't even have enough by far, chargers for passenger ZEVs, let alone kind of enhanced infrastructure for larger models. And so I'm just thinking, like, has there been much outreach to rural communities to kind of understand, the nature of areas with much larger, kind of truck routes? I also didn't know very much about RNG before joining this board. I've been trying to learn more now that I've been on. And, I'm wondering, is that a potential alternate sort of transition solution, especially for rural communities that may not have a lot of electrical infrastructure, but do have quite a few dairies, sewer plants, and, landfills, which could potentially capture that. So just kind of curious about engagement with different parts of the state, including those of us that are perhaps larger geographically and smaller in population.
Yeah, thanks for that. The short answer is yes, we have been doing outreach across the state. We actually have regular engagement through this, what's called the Truck Regulation Implementation Program. No, I'm not getting it quite right. TRIG is what it's called. There's too many acronyms, I know. And so that has been an area where we've continued to identify challenges and opportunities. And, so we do those throughout the state, and absolutely take your point that there are areas where in more rural communities, there's no access to charging even for light duty vehicles, let alone heavy duty. Those might be opportunities for more depot charging if they have fixed routes, or frankly, may not be the today chance for zero emission. So we're always trying to figure out where we can get easy access to interested parties to continue to push the technology, and working with dealerships, working with fleets to avail ourselves of those opportunities is really critical.
Thank you so much, and thanks. I feel like we are taking a step in the right direction, and I look forward to additional conversations and more information.
There's an advantage to speaking last in terms of the board members, because I really appreciate the comments of all of the board members who spoke before me, including Chair Randolph. As I already jumped in, I strongly supported her proposal related to renewable natural gas vehicles. I also want to take the opportunity to publicly welcome Chris Grundler to CARB. We've been complaining about everything that the Trump administration has been doing to our clean vehicle rules, but one thing that they've allowed was for Chris Grundler to join us, and I look forward for his wisdom and expertise with regard to moving forward in this difficult regulatory environment. But specifically with regard to ACT amendments, I do want to thank everyone, staff, stakeholders, for their participation in discussions about this complex rule. Overall, I strongly support Ms. Hopkins' comment about looking at the forest here, not the trees. And I think flexibility, given the current state of the regulatory market, or current state of the market, is important. So I'm broadly supportive of the amendments. But I do want to highlight a couple things that have already been said. In particular, Dr. Shaheen, right from the start, talked about the spatial distribution of where the trunks are actually operated, and several of the other board members sort of piled onto that. Dr. Pacheco Warner, Ms. Takborian. And I know it's hard to get those data, but we do have to, I think we have to do the best we can. And maybe we should figure out new ways to find out where these trucks are actually operated. I know we can find out where they were purchased, but where they're operating. And I know it's difficult, and I don't have some kind of magic bullet, but this is a smart agency that operates on evidence, and the more evidence we can get, the better, because we're trying, in particular, as Dr. Shaheen said, Ms. Takborian emphasized, we're trying to protect low-income communities of color where there's the most exposure to dirty diesel trucks. So I think we need to try to figure out, at least in some kind of aggregated way, where trucks are where ZEV and NZEV trucks are operating. With regard to NZEV, I think somebody else, maybe it was first by the gentleman from Rivian. I think we should evaluate, going down from 75 to 45 mile range for the NZEVs, just to make sure that we're not having too, pardon? Yeah, lessening the ZEV market, exactly. Thank you, Dr. Sheen. So I support staff coming back to us at some point in the future, an appropriate time, just to give us a report on that. And then finally, this may be a wacky idea. I'm a physician, scientist, public health guy, not an engineer, but we have a tow truck problem. We all acknowledge that. We're trying to figure out the best way to deal with it. Are RNG tow trucks a possibility? Because that seems to be, if it is an engineering possibility, it's not going to be breaking the cost barrier too much. It seems to me that's a reasonable way to go. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments?
One more, please. Okay, thank you. You had mentioned in regards to the not enforcing the ACF pieces. And I'm curious for the small air districts or the other air districts, if there is a way for them to pick up these categories and have new emission surplus that they could grant fund. And if there is surplus, it would be helpful for CARB to let those districts know so they can help out in some way.
Yeah, thanks for that. We work with the districts a lot, but I think it's a good point that any opportunities for incentives to reduce emissions are.
Thank you.
Okay, the board has before them resolution number 26-6. I would like to, I don't think this needs to be in the resolution itself, but I just wanted to reiterate the request to staff to come back with a recommendation on NZEV vehicles with the next truck item, whatever the first next truck item that comes back, and for which you are ready. So do I have a motion and a second?
Move to approve.
I'll second.
All right, Board Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Chair, before you move to the vote, I'm sorry, I had my hand up. I just wanted
Oh,
to-
sorry, I didn't see that.
I just wanted to endorse your idea and Board Member Hopkins' idea related to a broader conversation. And I feel like I just got this realization about the drayage truck registry and our ability to track that. So I'm hoping that that can get included as well. And perhaps, again, this may be a wacky idea, be included as a requirement for incentives to ports for heavy duty. As they're receiving those incentives, they have a check-in at the gate. They know what trucks are coming in the gate. And so how do we compel them to provide that data to CARB so that we can keep track? So just a thought, if that could go into the future information category. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. I was a little befuddled by that as well. So I feel like we need to look at how we can get better data from that process. Okay, sorry, I lost track. Do I have thank you.
Yeah.
I have a motion and a second. Board Clerk, please call the roll.
Awesome. Dr. Balms?
Yes.
Mr. De La Torre?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhut?
Yes.
Senator Flores?
I would like to abstain.
Noted, thank you. Ms. Hopkins?
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz-Lake?
Yes.
Dr. Pacheco-Werner?
Yes.
Mr. Reckshoffen? Dr. Shaheen?
Aye.
Ms. Takvorian?
No?
Chair Randolph?
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you very much. And we are now going to take a break until 4 o'clock. The final agenda item on the schedule for today's meeting, in addition to general public comment, is the Community Air Protection Program Annual Progress Update. So the board will reconvene in this auditorium to continue that meeting no earlier than 4 o'clock, and then we will do open public comment after that. Thank you. Okay. Welcome back, everyone, to the July 24th, 2025 board meeting. As a reminder for anyone who is just joining us, we are conducting today's meeting in person, as well as offering remote options for public participation, both by phone and in Zoom. Anyone who wishes to testify on a board item in person should fill out a request to speak card available in the foyer and turn it into a board assistant prior to the commencement of the item. If you are participating remotely, you will raise your hand in Zoom or dial *9 if calling in by phone. For safety reasons, please note the emergency exit to the rear of the room through the foyer. In the event of a fire alarm, we are required to evacuate this room immediately and go down the stairs to the lobby and out of the building. When the all clear signal is given, we will return to the auditorium and resume the hearing. A closed captioning feature is available for those of you joining us in the Zoom environment. In order to turn on subtitles, please look for a button labeled CC at the bottom of the Zoom window, as shown in the example on the screen now. I would like to take this opportunity to remind everyone to speak clearly and from a quiet location, whether you are joining us in Zoom or calling in by phone. Interpretation services will be provided today in Spanish. If you are joining us using Zoom, there's a button labeled Interpretation on the Zoom screen. Click on that interpretation button and select Spanish to hear the meeting in Spanish. If you are joining us here in person and would like to listen to the meeting in Spanish, please notify a board assistant and they will provide you with further instructions. I want to remind all of our speakers to speak slowly and pause intermittently to allow the interpreters the opportunity to accurately interpret your comments.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, board members. This message will be provided in Spanish. Le pedimos por favor que si en dado caso necesita interpretación al español, se está proporcionando de forma simultánea para las personas que se encuentran en Zoom. Si nos acompaña a través de un computador, le pedimos que por favor vaya a la parte inferior de su pantalla donde está un globo terráqueo y podrá encontrar español. Si nos acompaña por un teléfono inteligente o una tableta, vaya a los 3 puntos y también presione la tecla Done para poder ejercer esta acción. Si nos acompaña en persona, le pedimos que por favor vaya con algunos de los asistentes del personal para que le den un dispositivo y también que por favor a los que den comentario público que hagan pausas intermediarias para poder permitir a los intérpretes interpretar de forma acertada durante sus comentarios. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now ask the board clerk to provide more details regarding public participation.
Thank you, Chair Randolph. As a reminder, we will first call in-person commenters who have turned in a request to speak card and then call verbal comment, and then call commenters who are joining us remotely. If you are joining us remotely and wish to make a verbal comment on one of today's board items or during the open comment period at the end of today's meeting, you must be using Zoom webinar or calling in by phone. If you are watching the webcast, but you wish to comment remotely, please register for the Zoom webinar or call in. Information from both can be found on the public agenda for today's meeting. To make a verbal comment, we will be using the raise hand feature in Zoom. If you wish to speak on a board item, please virtually raise your hand as soon as the item has begun and let us know you wish to speak. If you are using a computer or tablet, there's a raise hand button, and if you are calling in on the telephone, dial *9 to raise your hand. Even if you previously indicated which item you wish to speak on when you registered, you must raise your hand at the beginning of the item to be added to the queue. When the comment period begins, the order of commenters is determined by who raises their hand first. We will call each commenter by name and will activate each commenter's audio when it is their turn to speak. For those calling in, we will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. We will announce the next 3 or so commenters in the queue so you are ready to testify when we come to you. Please note your testimony will not appear by video. For all commenters, please state your name for the record before you speak. This is especially important for those calling in by phone. Each commenter will have a time limit of 2 minutes, although this may change at the chair's discretion. During public testimony, you will see a timer on the screen. For those calling in by phone, we will let you know when you have 30 seconds left and when your time is up. For anyone giving verbal comments today in Spanish, please indicate so at the beginning of your testimony and our interpreter will assist you. During your comment, please follow any instructions the interpreter provides. Please note your time will be doubled if you require Spanish interpretation. To submit written comments, please visit CARB's Send Us Your Comments page or look at the public agenda on our webpage for links to submit your comment. Written comments will be accepted on each item until the chair closes the record for that board item. If you experience technical difficulties, please call 805-772-2715 so an IT person can assist. Thank you, and I'll turn the microphone back to Chair Randolph.
Thank you. Okay, the last item on the agenda today is item number 25-5-2, an informational update on progress in implementing the Community Air Protection Program. If you are here with us in the room and wish to comment on the item, now is the time to fill out a request to speak card as soon as possible and submit it to our board assistant. And if you are joining us remotely, please click the raise hand button or dial *9 now. We will first call on in-person commenters, followed by any remote commenters when we get to the public comment portion of this item. Supported by revenue from the Cap and Trade program, the Community Air Protection Program remains one of the most essential tools for improving air quality in our most vulnerable and heavily impacted communities. As one of the hallmark programs funded by the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, it stands as a national model for substantially and cost-effectively reducing pollution in our most overburdened communities. This year marks a significant milestone as several communities selected by this board in 2018 have now completed 5 years of implementation of their community emission reductions programs. Tonight, we will hear from invited panelists representing communities selected in year 1 of the program about their experiences with implementation as they reach this milestone. Over the past year, we've made significant progress on multiple fronts. Today, we'll hear success stories from air districts and communities on meeting their emissions reduction commitments. We'll also hear updates from CARB staff on our efforts to fulfill goals outlined in the second program blueprint, which the board adopted in 2023. As always with the Community Air Protection Program, change is a constant. We will hear how the program is evolving to support consistently nominated communities through the pathways outlined in the second blueprint. Evaluation is a consistent guiding element since the program's inception, beginning with the early work of Dr. Jonathan London at UC Davis. We will hear tonight from Dr. London, who will share highlights of a recent qualitative evaluation of the program. We'll also hear from staff about the status of a quantitative evaluation that builds on Dr. London's work. We extend our gratitude to today's panelists and co-presenters for sharing their incredibly valuable perspectives on this important program and these very important topics. CARB acknowledges and appreciates the partnership and collaboration of communities and air districts. The progress you will hear about tonight is a testament to the strength of those partnerships and a result of the hard work and commitment to our shared mission of improving air quality in California's most impacted communities. Dr. Cliff, please introduce the item.
Thank you, Chair Randolph. I'm grateful for the ongoing commitment of our partners, stakeholders, and community members who continue to drive the success of implementing the Community Air Protection Program. Today, I'm excited to share our achievements over the past year, including the progress made towards fulfilling key commitments in Blueprint 2.0, the program guidance update the board approved last fall. The 19 communities selected by the board to implement CERPs and community air monitoring plans, also known as CAMPs, along with the consistently nominated communities, represent about 47% or close to half of the state population that is identified as disadvantaged. This puts the Community Air Protection Program in a unique position to provide tangible community prioritized benefits and address air pollution disparities across many of our communities. To date, CAP incentives have funded over 9,000 projects. These projects, when compared to the 86 funded California climate investment programs, rank number 1 in total NOx emission reductions and number 3 in NOx reduction per $1 million spent, number 4 in total PM 2.5 emission reductions, as well as number 5 in PM 2.5 reductions per $1 million spent. Today, more than ever, as the federal assault on our authorities to provide clean air continues, programs like the Community Air Protection Program are essential. While no new communities are being nominated for selection this year, air districts and CARB are focused on expanding resources and opportunities for more communities using the Blueprint 2.0 pathways. Our co-presenters, Central California EJ Network and South Coast AQMD's Deputy Executive Officer of Community Engagement and Community Air Programs, will share progress on local CERP implementation and efforts to support consistently nominated communities. I'm proud of the collective progress we have made, and I look forward to achieving even greater success in the years to come. I will now turn it over to Amaya Hernandez, Air Resources Engineer in the Office of Community Air Protection, who will lead the staff presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Cliff. Good afternoon, Chair Randolph and members of the board. I'm Amaya Hernandez, an Air Resources Engineer in the Office of Community Air Protection. Fellow presenters and I are excited to share the collective progress made by communities, air districts, and CARB over the last year in support of reducing local air pollution through the Community Air Protection Program. We will share statewide accomplishments, then cover the progress in the 19 formally selected communities, as well as efforts to support the 64 consistently nominated communities. We will continue this presentation by sharing innovative efforts to evaluate program progress, informing its future evolution. In 2018, this board selected the first 10 communities for the program, and this year marks a milestone, as many of these communities are concluding 5 years of implementing their plans. Today, you will hear from invited guest speakers representing 2 of those communities, as well as the Imperial County Air Pollution Control District, who will share perspectives informed by 5 years of implementation of Community Emissions Reduction Programs, or CERPs, lessons learned and recommendations. We also welcome a co-presenter and community air grantee from the Central California Environmental Justice Network, who will share their experience in developing a local community emissions reduction plan, or LCERP. Next, we will hear how the South Coast Air District is supporting consistently nominated communities. And to conclude, we will hear from a UC Davis researcher on a programmatic evaluation of the program. The fundamental goal of the Community Air Protection Program is to reduce local air pollution in the state's most overburdened communities. CAP incentives remain one of the major tools to help our most impacted communities. As of November 2024, incentive investments have resulted in over 9,000 projects across California, with 71% of these projects spent in disadvantaged communities. In addition to other types of strategies such as air district rulemaking, these projects are making a significant impact. Among all the 86 California climate investment programs funded by cap and trade dollars, CAP incentives rank first in total NOx emission reductions and fourth in total PM 2.5 emission reductions. And they are incredibly cost effective, ranking third in NOx reductions per $1 million invested and fifth in PM 2.5 reductions per $1 million spent. Projects funded by CAP incentives through November 2024 will cumulatively reduce over 23,000 tons of NOx, 1,600 tons of reactive organic gases, and 950 tons of diesel PM over their lifetime. For context, reducing 23,000 tons of NOx is the equivalent to removing about 22.5 million cars from the road for an entire year. These incentives support paving projects, electric school buses, agricultural equipment replacement, and cargo handling equipment, among many other project types. Notably, air district spending to implement community-identified projects continues to rise proportionally to the funds spent on traditional incentives, like heavy-duty diesel vehicle replacements, reflecting the fact that CAP incentives require community engagement to determine local priorities for funding. Rules and regulatory actions continue to be a foundation to achieve deeper and substantial emission reductions in the communities and across the state. Air districts have made real progress to reduce emissions by adopting new regulations in recent years. South Coast AQMD updated a series of combustion rules incorporating new, best available retrofit technology, or BART, emission standards for NOx that are expected to achieve 15 tons per day of NOx emission reductions. 15 tons of NOx gas would be like removing a fully loaded city bus worth of harmful emissions from the air every single day. San Joaquin Valley APCD rule amendments to glass melting furnaces and solid fire boiler rules resulted in 166 tons of NOx reduced and 114 tons of PM10 emissions reduced per year in South Central Fresno. Rural communities also benefit from new rulemaking. For example, the Imperial County APCD's recently established policy on regulating agricultural burning has reduced agricultural burning in the county by 10,000 acres annually. Collectively, these regulatory efforts are expected to reduce approximately 44,000 tons of NOx, 15,000 tons of ROG, and 2,300 tons of PM 2.5 over the next 10 years in AB 617 communities. These numbers represent real gains, including fewer premature deaths, reduced rates of asthma and other respiratory and cardiovascular conditions, and corrections for injustices in historically overburdened communities. While we typically highlight the emissions benefits from CARB regulations, recent changes in federal policy are forcing CARB to revise expected reductions for several statewide measures. We have included a draft preliminary analysis of emission estimates in our annual report. In the coming months, we will work with CARB's regulatory divisions to provide a more comprehensive analysis of how statewide emission benefits cited in SERPs will change due to recent unlawful federal actions. CARB remains fully committed to defending its regulatory authority and protecting public health. CARB will continue enforcing state regulations where possible and pursue alternative strategies that do not rely on federal approval to achieve community-level air quality improvements. Over the past several years of community air monitoring plans development and implementation, air districts have continually adapted and optimized air monitoring resources to meet the needs of communities and support the following broad actions. First, expanding and continuing the operation of air monitor and sensor networks. This means not just setting up monitors and sensors, but ensuring they are placed with purpose. For example, the Sac Metro Air District set up an extensive air monitoring site at a local middle school. That phase has wrapped up, and now, based on feedback from the CSC, the site is being relocated. Second, staying responsive to community concerns. Real-time community feedback helps shape the work. For example, with resource assistance from CARB, the San Diego APCD is monitoring along the Tijuana River in response to odor complaints. That data also sheds light on cross-border pollution patterns, supporting regional and international environmental efforts. Third, expanded enforcement actions near sources of concern. Monitoring and enforcement have proven to go hand in hand to drive actions. In Wilmington, Carson, and West Long Beach, South Coast AQMD carried out area-wide mobile monitoring near oil and gas facilities, which resulted in the discovery of several volatile organic compound, or VOC, emission hotspots. This prompted additional investigative monitoring to identify and evaluate sources, which led to notices of violation being issued. Another cornerstone of the program, Community Air Grants, or CAGs, are a vital tool that enables communities to participate in community air protection. CARB awarded a historic 51 projects for almost $21 million in community air grant projects this year in the 5th cycle of air grants. Over the last 2 cycles, CARB awarded 48 grants that are collectively supporting organizations in consistently nominated communities, or CNCs. LSERPs are identified in Blueprint 2.0 as a pathway to support CNCs. And across the last 2 cycles, there are now 14 CAG recipients working on their own local plans. CARB staff are providing technical assistance to these recipients and are convening them and Air District staff to share promising practices and foster awareness and collaboration. Some of the recent awards include grants to the La Posta Band of Mission Indians, who will purchase and deploy air quality monitors and conduct trainings on air monitor maintenance. Breathe Southern California will conduct an air quality assessment of the Sun Valley community in Los Angeles County to develop an LSERP. The project will rely on town halls, community meetings, surveys, and focus and feedback groups to identify actions to address local air pollution through education, empowerment, advocacy, and community building. Over the next 12 months, we will continue to ensure we meet commitments to the 19 selected communities. We will continue collaborating with air districts and communities to sketch out how our partnership will evolve beyond 5 years of SERP implementation. Additionally, we will support development and approval of SERPs for East Oakland, Bayview, Hunters Point, Southeast San Francisco, and South Sacramento Florida communities. Second, we will support the 64 CNCs through our statewide mobile monitoring initiative, which we will cover later in this presentation, and through our community air grants, with an emphasis to support the 14 LSRP recipients. Finally, we want to continue a culture of shared learning to support program evolution by robust engagement with the newly board-appointed 27-member AB 617 consultation group, kick off our peer-to-peer learning series, and continued efforts to learn through program evaluation. We will now focus on the 19 formally selected program communities. Let's look at the status of the 19 communities in the program that are developing or implementing CERPs and community air monitoring plans, or CAMPs. These 19 communities collectively represent about 3 million people in California, or 25% of all disadvantaged populations. 7 communities that were selected by this board in 2018 are completing 5 years of CERP implementation. Additionally, there are 6 communities entering their 4th or 5th year of CERP implementation, 3 newer communities that are in the early stages of CERP implementation, and 3 communities actively developing CERPs. Year 1 communities have been through an incredible journey, and their experiences are full of challenges, learnings, successes, and achievements. What is shared today is just a glimpse. More can be accessed in online story maps and videos featuring community members. Here are just a few significant achievements. Notably, South Coast has passed a suite of refinery rules that will provide emissions benefits to communities across the region. Communities have long pressed for this action to mitigate emissions from refineries in their neighborhoods. For example, South Coast adopted rules to better control emissions from refinery flaring incidents and to establish requirements for fence line and community air monitoring for petroleum refineries and related facilities. In the San Joaquin Valley, the district found a 278-ton reduction in PM 2.5 in Shafter, coming from a variety of clean air strategies prioritized by community members, including agricultural equipment replacements, alternatives to agricultural burning, and replacing wood burning devices in homes. Additionally, as a direct result of tireless advocacy of the Shafter CSC that created a strategy to pursue pesticide notification, the Department of Pesticide Regulation launched the statewide online pesticide notification system called Spray Days California in May 2025. Spray Days is designed to provide transparent, equitable public access to information about planned applications of restricted pesticides in production agriculture. The Shafter CSC and Eastern Coachella Valley CSC played a pivotal role in advocating for the system as part of their CERP initiatives, and were instrumental in engaging with the regulatory process that supported the final launch of the system. In West Oakland, a collaborative analysis by the Air District and community found a 31% reduction in local cancer-causing diesel PM emissions between 2017 and 2024. Thanks to CARB statewide regulations, district measures, and targeted incentives, most impacted areas have already met the CERP's 2025 diesel PM exposure targets. Diesel PM emissions were a priority concern for West Oakland, with the community ranking in the 99th percentile for diesel PM exposure in CalEnviroscreen 4.0. Community air protection calls on communities, air districts, and CARB to collaborate and ensure completion of CERP commitments. CARB commends the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District, who spearheaded a collaborative process with us, air districts, and Valley CSCs to develop a planning template to guide the work beyond the 5th implementation year in a transparent and accountable manner. These transition plans assess the critical elements shown here to determine whether CERP measures should continue, be adjusted, or be concluded. For example, for incentives-related commitments, the Air District and the CSC together decide whether funding for the few remaining uncompleted CERP measures should continue, be reallocated, or conclude at the 5-year deadline. Many of the established strategies will continue moving forward as air districts have incorporated best practices to engage with communities in enforcement, monitoring, rulemaking, and other programs that enhance the effectiveness of their work. This structured assessment ensures that communities can effectively fulfill their remaining CERP commitments, building on successes and addressing ongoing challenges. To share more about community and air district perspectives from the first year of the program, let's welcome Brian Beveridge from the West Oakland Environmental Indicators Project and member of the West Oakland CSC, Angie Balderas from the San Bernardino Muscoy CSC, and Belen Leon Lopez, Imperial County Air Pollution Control District Executive Officer. We'll begin with Brian. Is Brian online?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me start off by apologizing that I'm not there in person. I had intended to be, but my own board wanted to hold a meeting today, and so I needed to be here to support them in that. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you, to the board, to CARB staff, and to members of the public today about our work. So in being the first to be invited to write a local air quality action plan, a SERP, I think it was very exciting for us. We immediately saw it as an opportunity to integrate a decade of community-based air quality research that included probably 10 different projects, some that had been done directly by community members, some that had been done with partnerships through the university at Berkeley, and some with the private sector. So we didn't at that point, when we were first approached by the Air District in early 2018, we didn't really need more data. What we needed was to think about what to do with all that data. And so it was also an exciting opportunity to implement our collaborative decision-making process that we had begun and learned to do with US EPA in 2004 and 5, and had subsequently worked through the Port of Oakland's maritime air quality management planning and some planning with the City of Oakland. So it was a real opportunity to bring together our experience over more than a decade and look at this new challenge. We didn't really know how to do it, and when I asked how we were supposed to do it, our partners at the Air District, Henry Hilkin was there. He was such a great partner in it, and many staff said, we're not sure how you're supposed to do it either, but we're all here to work on it together. The timetable was very short, it felt like, but we settled down and got to work. We use a partnering agreement process between our organization and agencies or any other partner who wants to sit in our collaborative, at the head of our collaborative table. It took us about a few weeks, about 6 weeks actually, to work through that. We all agreed. And next, the Air District said, okay, now you need a steering committee. And we were like, okay. So it was very much one challenge after another. Our model includes all stakeholders. And so we had community members and local business members from the trucking community, research partners. Port of Oakland had a seat. So we tried to get everyone who might have an interest to the table. And we just started from zero. We started with the table of contents from a typical air plan. And we went chapter by chapter, teaching the steering committee and the general public who participated what goes in this chapter. Now let's go over to the tables here, do an exercise, and write the content. And if you read our plan, I was then, and I'm so impressed today at how well the Air District staff did in capturing the community's perspective and making it into, readable prose. I think the background chapter is incredible. It's hard to believe it was written by a government agency because it clearly, covers decades of actions on the part of many agencies and society that created the conditions in West Oakland. And so I'm very proud of that work and proud of our partners. Looking forward, you already heard some of the data about our success in particularly black carbon. Our 5-year report really included the writing of the plan. So we really only had 4 years of implementation, and we were ahead of 5 years in the models when the 4-year report or the 5-year report was produced last year. And something interesting happened just yesterday. We met with some research partners at UC Berkeley. Josh Apte, who is an expert in mobile monitoring, they brought their van out and showed us their new toy, and they have been driving West Oakland streets again with the new monitoring equipment. And they said that black carbon at this point is my words, not their technical language, but effectively too low to really consider an impact. And that is an incredible statement considering where we were 5 years ago in this community. And that is on the streets in the neighborhood. That isn't just in the models that you look at, but that is physical measurements on the streets where people walk, where people live, work, and play. And I think it's a real statement to what a program like this can do, what the partnerships with the agencies can accomplish, and what the priority setting by communities can accomplish, which is really, those 3 things are the heart of the program as we see it. So let's see, a few outcomes. Those are a few outcomes. Not to belabor my presentation, a couple of recommendations. I think it would be really valuable, and I think all of us in the 617 program have longed for this, more sort of organized interaction and knowledge sharing between the various communities that are working on plans. We are all at different points in our process. We all have different knowledge, and we think aggregating that knowledge in some way would be incredibly valuable. Some communities have not known where to start. We've been incredibly fortunate to have many partners and to have had a history of air monitoring and a history of organizing in our community, and to have a very engaged community around these issues. And we have much to learn from other communities as well. So I think this would be an important thing going forward, to find ways for all of us to share our knowledge. I think I have one more recommendation. There's one other thing on recommendations is we're at year 5 in a 10-year plan. We have about 90% implementation of our 89 strategies and seven items of continuing research. That doesn't mean they're done. That means someone who was responsible for that strategy picked it up and put it in a planning process somewhere and started working on it. But we've had wild success by my opinion. And now we need to look at reevaluating the strategies to see if they are, have we succeeded, or are they still relevant? And also looking at a few new things. The metal shredding industry was not on our radar really at the time we wrote our plan, but it sure is now. We have legislation going through the government about it. We have investigations going on, and that industry and industries like it run across the state, particularly in disadvantaged communities. And so I believe that there's a need to have a continuing reassessment of our plans and make sure that our strategies address current need. And that may that may mean we want new policy in various spaces, but that's one we really need to be looking at. And lastly, as we all know, there's a big threat to the funding for this work. And I think we all need, we've written letters and many other communities are writing letters to the governor and to the legislation. But we all need to remember that communities, that the AB 617 program was really a bargain with communities, despite their deep concern about the impacts, the localized impacts of cap and trade on their communities. And I think what's happening today in the potential removal of that funding support is really a betrayal of an agreement made with our communities. And we all have to be very strident in reaching out to the governor and the legislature and remind them that this is just not another budget line item. This is a deal made, this is a bargain made, it's a promise made to our disadvantaged communities that we would benefit from the cap and trade program, which certainly our industries benefit from and certainly the state benefits from. But the people who live in the shadow of the smokestacks, the people who live in the shadow of the that have the trucks running through their communities, that have the 1 million square foot warehouses, we all deserve to be treated fairly under the deal we made. And as I understand, this program is extremely successful, and we need to continue to support communities in participating. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brian, for joining us today and sharing your perspectives. Next, we'll hear from Angie Balderas from the San Bernardino Muscoy CSC. Angie, are you there?
Yes, hello everyone. Excuse me. I've been pretty sick these past couple of days, so bear with me. Hello, my name is Angie Balderas, SBM CSC member for the past 5 years. I want to start off with saying I too, at one point, like maybe many of you here, were very skeptical and unsure of AB 617. Like, here's government agency coming into our community and telling us how we're going to clean our air, or they're going to give us this, and that. So it was kind of like, okay, here we go. This is another way for them to come extract from our communities. And I'm going to be totally honest. As the first year, the process was very rocky. I don't believe we got a lot in our SERP as a first year. And like Brian mentioned is there was we didn't have a lot of guidance. We were the first ones, right? So we're trying to figure it out. And our communities need a lot of things, need a lot of support, need a lot of resources. But long and behold, as the leadership changed and things progressed through AB 617, this model, what AB 617 is a great model for all decision-making bodies and putting power not only in the hands of the people, the frontline communities, the experts, but a way of us working and collaborating with each other, and for government agencies to work with community. Not only with organizations, because organizations, they come and go, but the grassroots communities will always be here and have to live here with the impacts. We are the experts, and we're here to work on solutions together. And I think AB 617 is a great model of that. And many of you are probably thinking, well, we haven't seen much. There's nothing like metrics that are tangible and so and so and so and so. But it's like any other relationship, any other thing, you have to put a lot of love and a lot of work into it to watch it grow, nurture it, and time. It's not perfect, but it's I think the AB 617 is a damn great start to where we have to the programs that we need to build that bridge with community and government agencies. And centering the most vulnerable and most impacted communities is always the right thing to do. And I really want to, I don't have much experience, uh, to be honest with you and Frank, working with a lot of the CARB staff or CARB leadership. I do have a lot more experience with South Coast AQMD staff and working with them. And I really want to shout y'all out and really trying to center the community and this work and and the needs of the community and how you are working with us, how you are uplifting our voices, and some of the things that we've been even doing after now post our 5 year, from events to we're even like doing community gardens and sorry, my chest is really hurting. Community gardens and working together, for example, at least once a month, I have members from like AQMD that come out to our communities, especially out here in San Bernardino, and gather with community. I invite community, they sit with them, educate them, whether it be simply on what resources AQMD has. We are working together on like I said, creating more green spaces and how we could partner together, um, air monitors and so forth. So um, it's been a long road, but for the most part, uh, it's an experience that I think um, has hello.
We can hear
We
you.
can still hear you.
Sorry, my thing keeps cutting out. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Oh, sorry about that. But just to I don't want to take up too much time and it does hurt to speak, but I just wanted to say that I really hope that y'all find it and to really, really fund and support a program like AB 617 and continue to. And I know that folks have mentioned like funding is a concern and stuff like that, but I really hope that our decision makers, our leadership here really fights for a community program like AB 617. And I invite y'all to come out to our communities and partake with us in our activities and what we're doing as CSC members and really see the support that AB 617 has and that y'all have in regards to this program from community. Community is very invested in this. Community is wanting to, you know, really see this expand. And we know we're not going to see this from one day to the other, maybe the results that we want to see. But this is something that we really need to invest in, and we will really see a lot of community really want AB 617 in other communities, in other impacted communities. And like I've seen here in San Bernardino, even though we're in post fifth year, I've even had a lot more community members who maybe weren't a part of it in the beginning, who have joined us and who want to learn more about AB 617, who want to see, air monitors at their businesses, who want to collab and doing green spaces, who want to bring out South Coast and CARB to come do workshops and to join us in our community events, not ones led by the city or county. I'm talking about community grassroots events. And to see that, and through AB 617, I have also seen other government agencies that have also we've had built some of those bridges and have even tried to implement what y'all are doing with AB 617 even into their own Omnitrans, for example, have even tried to do like a CSC steering committee thing, especially out here in our region. So I really think this is a program that it needs a lot of love and resources and funding and time and patience and nurturing till we could really see what the fruits that AB 617, what it was implemented to be, will be. And I really hope y'all are on the right side of history and really fight for something like this. And I know it's tough times and a lot of things are getting cut, but the fact that we have to fight for clean air, for free lunches for our kids, for education, we need you now more than ever to stand up for AB 617 and so that's it. And I hope some of y'all could join us out here in San Bernardino and really get to see what AB 617 is about, what the community thinks about it, and what the community is doing on the ground with the resources and that and the resources from AB 617 and really get to see firsthand for yourself. And that's it. And thank you so much. And excuse me for having trouble speaking with.
Thank you, Angie, and please feel better. We really appreciate you making the effort to share your thoughts when you're not feeling well. So please get some rest.
Thank you, Angie, for joining us. Even when you're not feeling well, we really, really appreciate your perspectives, and we hope you feel better. Lastly, we'll hear from Belen Leon Lopez from Imperial County Air Pollution Control District.
Hi, good evening, everyone, and honorable board members. I'm really touched by the testaments right now by Brian and Angie. My name is Belen Leon Lopez, and I'm the Imperial County Air Pollution Control Officer. I began working with AB 617 6 years ago as a project manager. I was a project manager here at the APCD. And for the last 3 years, I've served under AB 617 as the APCO, working for the community as a project manager, as the AB 617 co-chair, and now being in the sidelines really makes me appreciate more than ever the community's commitment and their values. AB 617, as we know, is a collaborative initiative that employs initiative strategies to improve community health by reducing exposure to air pollutants in neighborhoods most impacted by air quality. As a border county and adjacent to Mexico and your major cities like Los Angeles and San Diego, Imperial County requires all assistance that we could obtain, both economically and community support. It truly takes an army to tackle air quality issues in our community, and I'm sure in everybody else's community. And the Air Pollution Control District cannot do this alone. I agree with Brian's and Andrew's testament when they mentioned the process was slow and rocky. And we went through the pandemic in between those years as well. So made it even harder and more difficult to accomplish strategies in the CAMP and the CERB. Currently, the Imperial County Air Pollution Control District has 2 active communities under AB 617 program. The South End, which includes El Centro, Heber, and Calexico, and the North End, which includes Brawley, Calipatria, and Westmoreland. The South End was our pilot, right? It has been implementing the AB 617 program for over 5 years. We work closely with CARB, with community groups, local residents, environmental organizations, regulated industries, and other key stakeholders. This collaboration ensures that all community benefits the AB 617, particularly those who are most impacted by air pollution, which is most of us and not all of us here in the county. Our strategies, our meetings, we welcome new community members and encourage public participation. The Air District is committed to transparency, and the Community Steering Committee most actively involved in every step of the decision-making and processes that we go through. They're always involved. We have faced many challenges learning the program, explaining it to the community, reaching to consensus among the members. Throughout, we have strived to be fair and present, balanced recommendations and perspectives. Our motto, and motto is the beginning and remains. As a committee member, you have the power to make decisions and make a change. And repeat that in every meeting, because the committee really does have the power and the decision making through AB 617. And we stand by that to this day. We all recognize that after 5 years, challenges persist, not only with air quality, but also economically. Air quality is a complex issue that affects everyone, especially the most vulnerable populations. However, there have also been many successes, memories, and achievements throughout this program. AB 617 has blessed our community to unite government officials with the community, and has provided grants to achieve meaningful air quality reductions that improve quality of life. The community has approved greening projects and school filtration systems. They also identified, meaning the CEC members, the need for paving and projects at community parks, school parking lots, and major project addresses the lack of sidewalks, a critical improvement that many communities still lack. And we would say sidewalks. Yes, sidewalks here in the Valley are very much needed. These paving projects have significant impact on reducing dust and pollution, resulting in lifelong transformation in quality of life. So it's not a 1-year project, 5-year project, 10. No, this is the transformation that is resulting in the quality of life for many, many years. Building on the South End's experience, the North End community has ensured that the community's voice continues to be heard. The North End is ready to implement the program and make key decisions with the funding that is available. The community's needs and concerns have been addressed from day one. The CEC members were knowledgeable of the program and addressed their concerns. We recognize that there are many challenges ahead, but the North End community is prepared to take the lead and make the program successful as possible. We'll believe that the trust in our community has the knowledge, capacity, and passion to drive the program's success. As a government representative, we have learned from each experience and remain committed to the community's engagement, providing technical knowledge, and advocating for the program, sustained foundation, and values. We truly thank the legislative leaders, CARB board, and staff, and all those involved who made this program possible. AB 617 has made tremendous impact to our community by providing economic support, technical expertise, and leadership for the program of such magnitude. It has created a bridge for Air District to share information, not only between agencies, but also with the community and the public. In my personal opinion, The program is very successful and will continue to be successful as long as there is an optimism and commitment toward AB 617. This program has provided millions of dollars to communities that desperately need it. Without AB 617, these dollars and these projects would not have been possible. We truly have been blessed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Belen. We want to give a big thank you to each of our panelists for joining us today and sharing your experiences with us. Our panelists will be available at the end of the presentation to answer questions that the board may have. Next, we'll share our progress to support the 64 consistently nominated communities. In Blueprint 2.0, we committed to expand our efforts to include the 64 CNCs using the 3 pathways outlined in Blueprint 2.0. Those 3 pathways are community-focused enforcement, local community emissions reduction plans, or LCERPs, and increased flexibility in the use of CAP incentive funds. Additionally, Blueprint 2.0 includes a commitment to implement the SMMI, which covers each of the 64 CNCs and was kicked off this year. We will dive into this topic later in the presentation. But first, I want to highlight recent CARB community-focused enforcement activities in our CNCs. CARB enforcement takes a community-focused approach by concentrating efforts in areas disproportionately burdened by air pollution, including within the CNCs. CARB's community-focused enforcement efforts were shaped by our experiences in the 19 selected communities and communities consistently nominated for the program. In 2024, CARB engaged with communities and other agency partners to help address local concerns. These include events supporting regional cooperation in the Central Valley, such as the annual Earth Day event hosted by Stockton Unified School District. Here, CARB works closely with the Central Valley Air Quality Coalition and Little Manila Rising to promote youth engagement through meaningful discussions and interactive demonstrations of emissions monitoring equipment. CARB Enforcement Division also partnered with Cali PA's Environmental Justice Task Force to conduct inspections in Bayview Hunters Point and expand heavy-duty vehicle inspections across the state. This includes Southeast Los Angeles, border regions, the Central Valley, and other priority communities. Enforcement staff also participate in the Methane Task Force, a multi-agency initiative directed by the Governor's Office and created to address methane leaks from oil infrastructure near communities. CARB enforcement shifted its focus to the South Los Angeles AB 617 community, coordinating with its community leaders to conduct inspections in early 2025. CARB enforcement also deployed a surveillance camera with Delamo to verify truck compliance, installed PM air monitoring sensors in communities near Port of Hueneme, expanded distribution of no idling signs to additional communities, and created a best practices document emphasizing the role of municipalities in addressing truck traffic. CARB's Supplemental Environmental Project, or SEP program, allows community-based projects to be funded from a portion of penalties received during the settlement of enforcement actions. In 2024, 8 projects were funded in CNCs, with nearly $7.5 million to diverse community-based projects across California, empowering communities to protect local air quality. CARB is actively engaged in multiple air monitoring activities, incorporating lessons learned from camps and supporting the goals of Blueprint 2.0 to expand monitoring in CNCs and other impacted communities. In 2022, CARB received an EPA grant to support resident-led monitoring in a number of CNCs. CARB and Department of Pesticide Regulation staff have been working with community members in Lavinia, a CNC, to identify pesticides of interest, select monitoring sites, and determine the sampling timeframe. Community training will soon be underway, with community-led pesticide sampling and analysis scheduled for late 2025 and 2026 in conjunction with UC Merced. In another monitoring project, short-term mobile monitoring for a community pollutant of concern, ethylene oxide, occurred in late 2024 in Maywood, Vernon, Bell, East Commerce, where results will help inform future monitoring efforts. In San Isidro's international border communities, CARB launched a pilot monitoring project to study traffic-related pollution, cross-border emissions, border wait times, odors, and other concerns. The study of neighborhood air near petroleum sources program, also known as SNAPS, concluded over 18 months of air monitoring around Eaglewood oil field this year. SNAPS has sustained collaboration with residents of Lost Hills, a CNC, during and after monitoring through in-person meetings and regular information sharing. An integral piece of expanding monitoring is the $27 million statewide mobile monitoring initiative, which will provide measurements of criteria pollutants, greenhouse gas emissions, and toxic air contaminants across all 64 CNCs. Over 40 ACLIMA mobile monitoring vehicles and 3 partner mobile laboratories will cover close to 1 million miles over a 9-month period in one of the most extensive mobile monitoring campaigns undertaken in the U.S. to date. Community engagement and forming partnerships is integral to the SMMI, where over 40 community-based organizations were contracted with that held more than 100 local meetings within each of the CNCs. This engagement ensures that mobile air monitoring plans account for lived experience, both in terms of what is monitored and how the results are presented. Once SMMI data is collected and validated, it will be made available to the public and summarized through an interactive portal to ensure transparency and access. This dataset will support residents, researchers, and regulators in understanding local air quality better and informing future monitoring and pollution reduction efforts in CNCs. Now, I would like to welcome our first co-presenter, Naomi Martinez from the Central California Environmental Justice Network, who will talk about how her organization developed an LSERP in the community of Terabella. Welcome, Naomi.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Randolph, board members. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present to you the local community emission reduction plan that the community of Terabella developed. I will focus my presentation on the process that we supported the residents to develop this LSERP, but also in the strategies that have been implemented so far. So, can we? Great. So let's start with describing Terabella, right? I've been to Terabella so many times, but many of you might be wondering, how does it look like? Well, Terabella is a small unincorporated community in southern Tulare County. It's roughly 3,000 inhabitants, 90% of them identified as Latinos, many farm workers. So the main economic activity in the area is agriculture. The community is surrounded by pistachio orchards, orange groves, and there's many or several packing houses inside the community. So because of that, it's not surprising that according to Calembaro screen, Terabella ranks over the 80th percentile for PM, for ozone, but also for pesticides. Given that it's, as I said, a mostly farm working community, there's a lot of people that do not speak English as a first language. They do farm work as their main occupation, and they have been concerned about air pollution. So you might wonder, so why Terabella? I mean, you could pretty much close your eyes, put your name on the map, your finger on the map, and any community of the Central Valley could have been selected for this LSERP. So why Terabella? Because throughout the years that I have been engaged in AB 617, I know that it's not enough to be overburdened by pollution. You have to have certain capacity. You have to have a level of organization that allows people to really be engaged in a meaningful way. So when the Central California Asthma Collaborative, the Central Valley Air Quality Coalition, and CCJN, or Central California Environmental Justice Network, received a community air grant in 2022, we were tasked with the selection of a community in Tulare County. And right away, we thought Terabella was a great candidate. Why? Because of that local capacity. We have been working in that community since 2018. We saw a grassroots effort where they formed Terabella Voices for Change, a group that emerged because of the need of helping their community fight a horrible smell coming out of the largest pistachio company in town. And they were not afraid of mobilizing and helping their community get rid of this smell. So that was one anchor organization, followed but also by the school district. Tarabella has only 2 schools, but the superintendent grew up there and is a champion of improving his community. He was among the first ones to apply to receive money for electric buses and was open to install air monitors in their school, even before the LSERP was developed. So when we approached these 2 anchor organizations and asked them, would you like us to start the LSERP here? They said yes, and that's how the process got started. So we hosted 7 meetings between September of 2022 and October of 2023. So obviously, when you don't have all the money that a selected AB 617 community has, you have to pace yourself. So we cannot do monthly meetings, but we still met. And we met in the evenings, and our meetings were in Spanish. And when we invited people from CARB or the Air District, we obviously had simultaneous interpretation available. But most of the residents wanted the meetings in Spanish, and that was the language. We met in the evenings because our farm workers cannot come if it's held early in the afternoon. And throughout this process, we help the community first understand what AB 617 is. What are the sources of pollution in their community? So that took the bulk of the time really to help them identify what is making their air polluted. And one thing that we did different compared to other selected communities is that instead of having like a closed approach where only a committee that was there from the beginning, it's the official CSC and only those people can come in and give your input. This was like an open process. Every resident of Tarabella was invited to come and go as they were available to. But we did have a core group of around 10 to 15 people that participated in most of the meetings. However, we didn't stop there. We really wanted to make sure that we heard the voices of others that were not coming to these monthly meetings or bi-monthly meetings. And that's how we designed a participatory exercise where we came to the open house sessions that the school held, both in the elementary and the middle school. And we brought the list of the sources of pollution that had been identified in the CSC meetings. And residents were able to ground truth, were these the top sources of pollution? What would be the things that they wanted to see change in their community? So with all that feedback, we were able to create their LSERP, and the community voted on it on February 29th of 2024. 10 major sources of pollution were identified, and the SERP has 33 strategies that are aimed to not only reduce pollution, but mitigate the short-term impacts of pollution. And the ones that I'm going to focus more are the strategies that we have implemented. So pesticides, as I said, the community main economic activity is agriculture. So the use of pesticide is large. And the main thing that community wants to see is less pesticides applied in their community, for sure. So, but in the meantime, they wanted to know before the pesticides are applied. So they were able to get included in their SERP and actually got implemented that the Department of Pesticide Regulation included Tulare County, obviously Tarabella included, in the beta test of the state notification program. The feedback that Tarabella residents gave to this process was instrumental for the improvement of the program before it was launched in March of this year. Not only that, they had no clue who the Ag Commissioner was. And now we have been creating this relationship between the Tulare County Ag Commissioner, so the community knows what is drift, how can they report it, and how they can be protected from restricted pesticides. We have also helped them apply for the notifications that now are available through them. And most importantly, we're in conversations with the Department of Pesticide Regulation to see if a pilot program could be implemented in Tarabella. And this will be part of the Sustainable Pest Management Roadmap that both DPR and the California Department of Food and Agriculture developed, which is to reduce pesticide use in California. So this is aligned with another state program that it's going to help the community achieve this goal. So we just started the first conversation, so that's in the pipeline. The community also would like to see vegetative barriers established between the sensitive receptors and the fields. The other thing that Terravela residents wanted is protection from wildfires. We were able to take advantage of the incentive program that the Air District had. I want to recognize that the Air District gave the community a small grant to do an outreach strategy where residents of Terravela were helped apply for the air purifiers that the Air District was distributing through their Clean Air Rooms program. Additionally, the community really wanted to be more protected from wildfires. Why? Because I just want to remind ourselves that the Tulare in Sequoia was a huge fire, and that blanketed the community with smoke. And the community has no community center, no place to go to shelter. And a lot of the houses have swamp coolers. So we got lucky, and we were able to partner with the Public Health Institute, the Terravela School District, and CCJN. We applied for a grant from the Extreme Heat Program from the state, got granted the grant, and there will be community resiliency hub that would help the community be protected during a wildfire episode, but also for extreme heat. In the next coming months, we are going to be hosting events where people are going to learn about incentives to acquire electric vehicles, also the installation of EV charging stations in the community because they're known right now, and also electrifying homes as something that will come in the next half of the year. And just to conclude, because I know I'm probably over time, is that diesel trucks obviously are a huge problem in the community. So just like it was mentioned before, like that there are going to be, they have been campaigns for no idling signs. So that's what we're going to be approaching the Enforcement Division of CARB so that we can get some of those signs where communities recommend it. We're going to try to get also inspections so that we can see where these diesel trucks are idling. And also I want to point out that we want also to work with the Air District for incentives, because in Terravela, a lot of the older trucks are the ones that are bringing the produce from the fields to the packing houses. So you don't have the cleanest fleets, it's the ones that are the older ones. So that's what the community needs a lot of help. And finally, the pistachio plants in the community were a major source of concern. So we will be working with the Air District to do a mapping of their available retrofit technology to make sure that they have the most updated technology to reduce pollution in the community. I don't have time to go over the other strategies, but the staff has a full PowerPoint with the rest of the strategies. But thank you for your time.
So much, Naimeen. Thank you for the presentation and uplifting the amazing and innovative work that your organization is doing to support the CNC of Terravela. Next, now that we've heard how our community leaders are building their capacity to address local air pollution issues, I'm excited for us to now feature an example of how our Air District partners are also leading this charge. So we welcome Dr. Anissa Hurd-Johnson from South Coast AQMD, who will provide a glimpse of how the district is supporting consistently nominated communities within their jurisdiction.
Hi, thank you, Chair Randolph and members of the CARB board. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share the efforts that South Coast AQMD staff have done regarding Blueprint 2.0, specifically consistently nominated communities. I will like to just say I am a fan of Blueprint 2.0. It must just be said, because I have done this work for many, many years. And oftentimes being the first in doing this work, there haven't been blueprints. We've had to learn as we go and do as we do. And so a blueprint 2.0 has really served our AQMD staff quite well. And so I am so grateful to the CARB staff, one, for the invitation to present, but then also, again, for their ongoing participation in this work with our air district. I would like to say that I spent the majority of my career in higher education, and only recently, 2021, became a governmental employee. And I'm not mad at that. I've enjoyed it quite fully because it's had me thinking about the air that I breathe, that I didn't have to think about when I was in higher education. And so when we talk about I can't breathe, that has some meaning for me. That has a lot of meaning for me, especially in the past 5 years. And so I've been very grateful to be able to do this work. So I didn't told you all my business, but haven't told you my name. So my name is Dr. Cesar Johnson. I am the Deputy Executive Officer for Community Engagement and Air Programs at South Coast and a newly appointed member. Thank you to the CARB Consultation Group. I am honored to speak on behalf of my team, my colleagues, and community members. I'd also like to speak on behalf of my communities. I am a resident of Paramount, California. I am born and raised in Inglewood, California, and my family is 4 generations deep of South Los Angeles. AB 617 is generational for me. Generational for me. And so I'd like to speak about what work we have been doing for AB 617's consistently nominated communities. And I apologize already to the folks with the slides because I know I'm just talking. So, but y'all are good right now, so we're good. But one thing that happened to me recently is I had an experience. I have the privilege of being able to take vacations, and while on vacation this past week, with both my kids and my dogs, I found myself watching that movie Hidden Figures. And there's a part in that movie in which Kevin Costner's character speaks of the importance of learning in times of discovery. Talks of learning, of times of discovery. And I thought it relevant because he was talking about space in the 60s. But I'm talking about our communities here now in 2025. And I think it's relevant that we are learning in AB 617, and what we've learned, we're able to apply to our consistently nominated communities. Everything that I'm learning from doing this AB 617 work, I'm making sure that we can go into the consistently nominated communities and do that. So, okay, now we're at the slide that I'm supposed to be. Okay. Community engagement and air programs at South Coast is a fairly new division. I started in 2021. AB 617 was appointed to me by my supervisor, Wayne Nastry, executive officer, in 2023. And so our division merged to be able to approach this work through this lens of community engagement. And so it comprises 3 different departments: our community emission reductions programs, our community outreach relations and engagement department, and then our justice and educational development initiatives. We support 6 community steering communities: East LA, Boyle Heights, West Commerce, San Bernardino, Muscoy. Thank you and shout out to Angie. Wilmington, Carson, West Long Beach are our year 1s. We have Eastern Coachella Valley, Southeast LA, which are our year 2 communities, and South LA are year 3 communities. And so in doing this support for these communities, what we are doing is hosting all CSC events as a way to strengthen the cross-community collaborations and leadership across the region. I cannot possibly work with 6 different communities. I have to bring them together because there has been purposeful keeping people apart. There has been purposefulness in that. And so we bring them together so that we can undo some of that kind of separation. And so we have all CSC meetings. We have meetings in which we bring them together and treat them for their lived expertise, not lived experience, but lived expertise. And we treat them that way. Everyone can just experience things, right? But if you actually are living in these communities, you have some expertise, you have cultural capital, and we treat them like they have cultural capital in which we want to learn. And so I was tasked by my boss to do this so that our agency knows how to work with everyone. not just the AB 617 community, but we wanted to do this work so that everyone could be better for everyone. That's how we have been tasked to do this work. And so that's what I continue to do with my team. There is an intentionality and approach as this is foundational for our agency. And so that's the approach. So next slide, please. So building community capacity. So a critical part of the South Coast Air Quality Management District mission is to enhance public education and equitable treatment for all communities. So when our division first started in 2021, and it was hard for some people to admit this, but they just didn't know a lot about the issues going on in the communities. It was easier to be quiet because folks didn't want to seem ignorant. But about 75 to 85% of the AQMD staff members admitted that they did not know about redlining. They admitted to a hesitancy about communicating science to communities. And they admitted to having a disconnect in community engagement due to COVID-19. And that's the ones who admitted it, right? So that was even a big thing for them to do that, right? And so for them to say that, it was, okay, why is that? And so when we start to kind of delve into how they didn't know things, they didn't have to know them. There was privilege in not knowing. They didn't have it in their higher education opportunities. They didn't know. There was a privilege in not having to know about it because they weren't in the communities. One of the reasons why I told you that I'm Inglewood, that I'm South LA, that I'm in Paramount, because I want you to know, like, I'm having that experience. I have to live it and have to know it. And a lot of them said they didn't know, but they still wanted to do the work. But they admitted this paralysis. They didn't know how to do it. So they needed us to teach them how to do it. And so what we wanted to do is to identify those gaps in those employee awareness so that we could get to the work of community engagement. We wanted to increase their skills and competencies for all the employees, not just certain employees, but all the employees. And we know that we needed to do this. We needed to increase collaboration, not just within our agency and the communities, but between the communities because of all the stuff that's going on between all, because we know that life is happening and it's happened. And so what our goal was to increase that community engagement and then how we did that. And so you'll see here on the slide, our best practices is that we created events that increase staff awareness, knowledge, competencies, and skills. I say this purposefully. It isn't just awareness, like, oh, I know that that exists. But what do you know about what exists? So that's the knowledge. It was also competencies. How do you talk to folks? How do you interact with them, right? So that's the competencies. And these are skills that they need to be able to do their job. You're not doing a favor to anyone. You're doing your job. And we wanted the employees to know that. And so that's how we approached the work, so that they could do this work for the communities in which they are living. If you know anything about Southern California, it's big. Right? It ain't the Bay Area, but it's big, right? And it is diversifying as we speak. It doesn't look like it looked 20 years ago, 5 years ago. And so for you to do the work and say, oh, it was this way 15 years ago, 20 years ago, it doesn't apply. And so we want them to know that it applies now. And so we wanted them to be aware. And so what we started to do is have book clubs. You'll see some of the books that we provided to any employee who wanted them. So we read The Color of Law. We read From the Inside Out. We read Refusing Death. We wanted them to literally know what's going on from the perspective of the community. So the fact that we had books, those were great, right? We created something called Critical Community Conversations for Purposeful Outreach. Yes, I know it says C3PO. There's an intentionality. I said Jedi earlier and I said C3PO earlier. That's true. I have a bunch of science folks that work with us. But we had these monthly meetings in which we go out into the community and we just listen, right? We expect them to come to us, but we needed to go to them. So we came and we had lunch. We buy from businesses. We go into the neighborhoods. We don't just take tours. It's not tours. We're literally listening to them in their spaces. We work with our community-based organizations. We work with our consistently nominated communities. And we say, can you just tell us what is going on? Just tell us what's happening. And no disrespect, no 3-minute limits, all right? No 3-minute limits, all right? And so we have this other thing what we call Jedi think tanks, which are usually like a video or something like YouTube or TED Talks or something like that, in which we get a subject matter that we think is relevant to the employees, and then we put them into a space and just kind of break it down like in a think tank. And so one of the most successful ones we had was one that was on communicating science, right? It was one of the first things that people said, I'm so nervous about how to communicate science to the community, and I feel like I always talk at them and not with them. And so it was really paralyzing the employees. And so we just talked about, how do you do it? Like just real talk. And they're like, okay, yep, this is just, they know what to do, but sometimes they just get stuck. And so they asked for help on how to get unstuck. And that is our role, and that should be our role, because that's the part where we're talking about on the end of this slide is building community capacity. We can't get to that unless we do that work. And so that's what we're doing. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. One of the ways in which we're doing that is we also have what we call our all CSC engagement opportunities. So if I have a chance to invite Angie B., who you met earlier, to come and speak with us, or other members of our communities to come and speak with us, we started to have regularly scheduled all CSC community panel dialogues. So beginning in 2024, we just invited the community to come and talk with us in our space, and then we go out and talk with them as well. And we'll give them themed topics to be able, just if they're willing to talk to us, we're willing to listen. We had last year what we call our all CSC convening. We invited every member of every CSC to South Coast AQMD for an all-day convening. It was in August of 2024. We had almost 120 community members who joined us for a day of learning and talking and networking. And then from that meeting, what we learned is they want to talk to each other. They want to be in space with each other. They want to be able to talk about the subject matters that are applicable to all of them. They want to be able to speak to consistently nominated communities and teach them what they learned, right? They want them to say, okay, this is what, you know how you have that, like, I went through this, so I want you to have it better. They want to do that. They don't want to be like, oh yeah, you got to learn it yourself. They want to be able to help them. And so we put them in space with each other. And so we've been having meetings with our all CSCs for the past 6 months, talking with them about what's going on, what's relevant, to prepare them for how they can mentor our consistently nominated communities. And they want to do this. And so what we've done is not just elevated staff knowledge, but ongoing community collaboration as well, which is essential. They want to be in space with each other, but they don't always interact with each other. The world is kind of separating them. And so we want to make sure that that doesn't keep them. And we want and feel like as an air district, it is our responsibility to provide that space for them. And so that's what we're continuing to do. I will tell you that I am so appreciative of the comments of Belen, Brian, and Angie, because that space statewide is really critical for us to continue to do this work. Okay, all right, thank you. So let's see where I'm at. Okay, community engagement results. Okay, so I've just talked at you a whole bunch of stuff, but did it work, right? And so, I think you want to go back one more slide. Going back one more slide. There we go. Thank you. So all this stuff I just talked at, you did it work. And so you want to see here that we did survey all the staff who work and do not work on AB 617. So we have staff who do work on AB 617 in our agency and some who do not. But we did invite them to all of those different events in which we mentioned to you before, both our JEDI initiatives and our C3POs. Both staff who work and do not work reported significant increases in knowledge of community engagement awareness because of the events that we are doing and because of the initiatives. 95% stated that the C3POs made them more knowledgeable about environmental issues within the community. In our all CSC working teams, we had 100% CSC representation. and participation. That means we have always, when we've had all CSC events, we've had representatives from every single 6 of the 6 CSCs. They will participate if given an opportunity, if given enough notice, if we make it a hybrid, where folks, we can be kind of accommodating for people. Literally, if you build it, they will come. They will do that. And that's what we hope to do. So we've had 6 listening sessions, which have kind of brought, made relevant, kind of the issues of the broader air quality priorities. We've had sessions that focused on current event topics and its nexus to air quality. When we've had the all CSC convenings, as I mentioned before, not only did we have over 120 community voices across the region, that diversity of people were consistently nominated communities, community-based organizations, nonprofits, and governmental agencies were participating. And again, it created a shared space for learning and empowered really people to want to work together. So what this here is basically saying is that it's working. People are saying that they don't know things, but they're willing to learn, and they know they need to learn to be able to be successful. That's what we've heard from folks. Okay, next slide, please. So what does this mean for us now? So again, as I've already said, I'm a fan of Blueprint 2.0, and it has outlined several opportunities for communities to interact with the Air District, not just with our consistently nominated communities, but also our community air grants, our LSERPs. And so our approach is to start with those consistently nominated communities that have intersecting initiatives. And so if they might be a consistently nominated community who has an LSERP, or a consistently nominated community who might be a community air grant recipient. And so what we hope to do here in our strategic plan is extending our incentive eligibility to consistently nominated groups, communities through programmatic approach. And so our goal is to expand our community outreach and relations so that we can go out into these communities and see what we're already doing that might be applicable to what they might need. We're continuing to have our all CSC events, meetings, and working teams. So we're not just talking with people at people, right? We're working with them where they're at and seeing what's going on and what can we do. And so we will have on October 25th, our 2nd annual, we did it once, and once I did it once, it's done. Like, we're gonna keep doing it. We're doing our 2nd annual all CSC convening. And so what we're doing is having specific themes for our consistently, our CSCs, but also for our consistently nominated communities and for our CAG recipients. And we're gonna put them all in space together. And our hope is that our year 1 communities and year 2 and year 3 communities can mentor some of our consistently nominated communities. They can be in space and networking, and again, not have to build things from scratch, that we can apply everything that we have learned from the AB 617 program into all of these communities. I think that that's the intention. I mean, no disrespect to any of our communities who've been on the front lines, who've experienced this, but it needs to mean something for those who haven't gotten the funding up until this point. And so that's what we're hoping to do moving forward. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sessa, for sharing the transformative work your team is doing to advance the clean air efforts to support the 18 CNCs across South Coast. So for our final section of our presentation, we'll be discussing our progress to meet commitments in Blueprint 2.0. As I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation, there's a growing interest in evaluating both the qualitative and quantitative improvements from the program so far, and how can these lessons be used to improve future implementation. We will provide an update on an ongoing CARB-funded program evaluation study, and then hear from Dr. Jonathan London from UC Davis, our invited guest speaker. So the image at the bottom of this slide is taken from our online Blueprint 2.0 Goals and Actions Tracker, and shows that the majority of the 45 actions in the blueprint have been initiated, with 6 completed. Note that many of these actions reflect ongoing commitments. I will highlight just a few of the actions listed here. For example, last month, the CAP incentives guidelines were updated to add a host of new project types patterned off many of the community identified projects developed by the air district since 2020. This allows them to spread the benefits of those new project types to other impacted communities not yet selected for participation in the program. Last month, the board appointed 27 members to the AB 617 consultation group, which will advise CARB on the implementation of Blueprint 2.0 and provide crucial input on the future direction of the program. In support of collective learning and program evolution, together with air districts, we launched the Community Air Protection Program Community of Practice, a series of interactive discussions with air districts to spread lessons learned across the state to raise the level of our collective efforts. We have focused on crucial topics such as conflict resolution, power sharing, trust building, as well as collaborating with external partners. Soon, we will kick off the peer-to-peer learning series for community members, which is being planned by a design team made up of CSC members. This will provide space for community practitioners to engage, discuss challenges, and explore best practices. This work builds on the work of air districts that are convening their CSCs through in-person events and dialogue, as we just heard Dr. Sessa describe. Last month, we launched the Spanish version of Community Hub 2.0, a user-friendly online platform offering a wealth of program information to meet our goals of increasing accessibility of the lessons learned from this program. This represents a key opportunity to deepen engagement with many of our community partners who speak Spanish as a first language. Finally, engagement with community members on the stationary source permitting process revealed over 160 questions that community members had about this process. District experts, CAPCOA, and OCAP worked collaboratively to develop accurate, accessible, and clear responses to these questions in the form of a FAQ that is now available online. Another significant commitment to conduct a third-party quantitative evaluation is underway. Last year, we contracted with a team representing the universities shown here for an evaluation that aims to uncover lessons learned, unexpected benefits, and key barriers to success. These insights will be used to form actionable recommendations for shaping the program's future direction. A design team of CSC members and air district representatives is in place to guide the research team in evaluating 5 Year 1 communities shown on this map. A core component of this effort is focused on how to track outcomes from CERP implementation. This means both developing quantitative methods to evaluate local scale emission reduction trends over time from CERP efforts, as well as measuring impacts from many different strategies that are completed through this work, like enforcement, monitoring, and incentive projects. Looking ahead, the research team will develop a comprehensive evaluation framework incorporating community feedback to ensure the CAP evolves effectively. This evaluation builds on previous groundbreaking research efforts that have been led by Dr. Jonathan London of UC Davis. Dr. London and his research team have developed novel approaches to measure the process for how this work has been accomplished. These methods, which are more qualitative in nature, focus on decision-making dynamics, power-sharing conflict resolution, and ultimately the degree to which community members are integrated into the CERP development and implementation process. We are grateful for Dr. London's contributions to this program and welcome his participation as one of the academic members of the AB 617 consultation group. I will now pass it off to Dr. London to provide a summary of his evaluation.
Good afternoon, members of the board, staff, and viewing public. It's a pleasure to be able to share my UC Davis Justice Labs research with you on AB 617. I want to thank Deldy Reyes and her OCAP team for their partnership over the years. We also benefited from a community advisory committee to inform the design, implementation, and documentation of the study. Their names are included in report materials, but I do want to call out to my immediate right here, Dr. Sessa Hurd-Johnson, as a member and an inspiration, also Naomi Martinez, advisor and co-researcher, and also Dr. Bombs as both an advisor and mentor. So the purposes of the study, as actually Amaya said so nicely, were to provide an independent analysis of the achievement of AB 617's very ambitious and important goals, to offer data-driven recommendations to be able to improve performance over time, and to really focus on participants' experiences and perceptions. The study questions followed these kinds of purposes. So we wanted to know about how well the policy was meeting the legislative and blueprint goals of community leadership and decision-making, how well the AB 617 implementation is moving towards improving air quality in these communities. We wanted to know why those kinds of outcomes were happening, and then what sort of lessons learned could be used to both improve this program as well as other programs, since this really is an experiment in the making. So our methods were here. I won't go through all of them in detail for time, but we had 7 different in-depth case studies to really understand what this looks like in practice. As Dr. Sessa said, in other contexts, we need to know the origin stories of these places. And once you know one EJ community, you know one EJ community, and you really need to get into the weeds here. We observed over 260 public meetings, and that was one small silver lining of COVID, that we were able to actually do 800 hours of observation because so many of those. We also did key informant interviews, over 100 over the time. We did a statewide survey and then conducted significant document analysis. So we have a wide range of findings that you can see in the full report, but I'm just going to focus on 2 of them here. So the first looks at the policy implementation process and how well it built, respected, and applied community power. The second will highlight innovations in the SERP strategies themselves. So on the first finding, we developed this power map. And for the activists in the room, you've probably seen this kind of map before. There's 2 axes. The horizontal is community inclusion. So it has counts the measures of how many different kinds of activities community partners and community organizations were included in, like setting agendas, running meetings, chairing processes to set budget priorities. And as you move from left to right, the inclusion increases. The vertical axis is community authority, and it measures the amount of influence that community members have over those decisions. And as you go from bottom to top, it increases. So you could see then all of the 7 case study communities and arrayed on this graph. And we look at the analysis both from the 2020 and the 2024 versions of the analysis. So what can you see on this graph? So first off, we find that there's a wide variation between the different case study communities. We did find that there was a variety of different kinds of perspectives, sometimes differing perspectives from community members and districts over the amount and the kinds of participation that communities were interested in, and often communities wanting more roles and more decision-making power than they were originally granted. But the really important piece of this graph is actually the movement from the 2020 to the 2024 areas. And we really see that AB 617 is a great example of what has been called social learning. So all of these slopes are up, and there's significant movement in all of the settings. And this really shows the benefit of sustaining this kind of program over time. And I'm sure that those lines will continue to go up over time. The 3 sites I'll just call out here for the moment in the top quadrant there. Portside, EJ Communities, Arvin, Lamont, and Richmond, North Richmond, San Pablo. They have different but strong trajectories. So in Portside, the strong growth is the result both of influential roles of community anchor institutions and changes in the Air District leadership and structure itself. In Arvin, Lamont, there's also strong community anchor institutions, including CCEJN here. And the CSC has also benefited
from the air districts holding up of learning from their different communities across the region. And in Richmond, the growth is a result of changes from a Brown Act-oriented CSC to a community-led CSC and strong support of the district as well. So the next finding is on the SERPs themselves, and there's a lot to celebrate here, and I think earlier presentations that Amaya and Naimine and Sessa have talked about have represented these well. So I won't read them, but I will say that what's really important here first is that there are innovations in all of the communities across all of our case study sites, and this is the case in the 19 communities as a whole, and that there's a really important mix of different kinds of strategies. So there's really important innovations in rural development, in the use of incentive funds, in in direct community investments around not just emissions reduction, but also exposure reduction. And we use the term ripple effects here to really say that, these are investments in specific strategies, but they're also moving into all these different other 617 adjacent efforts, like, for example, just in Portside, the connection to the Marine Clean Air Strategy, the ways in which the SERPs in the Bay Area have influenced their strategic plans, the amazing JEDI and related work in South Coast. So really that these are investments that are happening in a direct way, but also that have these ability to spark changes over time. Then the lessons learned that we found broke into three basic categories: the process, outcomes, and broader lessons learned. So starting with process, we found significant evidence of community power. And to some degree, this was supported by air districts. In all cases, some more, some less. But in all cases, this community power was actually built by local advocacy, by the residents and by the community organizations themselves. And so that kind of support for that local capacity is crucial. Second, there is strong evidence that the air districts, CARB, other agencies as well can and are learning through experience, and therefore providing opportunities for this social learning is crucial, like the peer-to-peer learning network that's been talked about, the community of practice, things that Brian Beveridge was calling for are really important. And then finally, on process, we noted that implementation of the SERPs and successful implementation is dependent on what we call an implementation ecosystem. And that consists of all the different relationships between the entities in the AB 617 space, including those that are formally mandated and funded, like CARB, air districts, and the CSEs, but also those that are not funded and mandated. And it's often those groups that are on the outside of the ecosystem that are particularly important for implementation, whether that's a California or a county agriculture commissioner, a port, the military, Caltrans, et cetera. And so, and that is really, we need to keep our eye on the edge of the ecosystem. In terms of outcomes, we saw that there really are some really important innovations in the SERP strategies, as I've mentioned. We also found that we need to expand that community and implementation ecosystem to include those peripheral actors. And then finally, in terms of the lessons learned, we found that it's really useful to think about AB 617 not just as a clean air program, although it certainly is, but also as a strategy to build grassroots democracy. And in this time, without getting too big P political, supporting democracy is a very important thing, and AB 617 is an important piece of that. Secondly, while there's always a danger of mission creep, in this case, since environmental justice has so many different dimensions, and AB 617, we believe, is an EJ
policy. It's really important to expand 617 to address a broader range of issues and stakeholders than just air itself. And then finally, that for this kind of ambitious implementation to happen, an all of government approach is going to be needed to bring in all of these different kinds of players. Finally, on recommendations. Next, please. We first want to call out, and I know that that this is under question right now, but so I put this as first. Based on our research, we recommend that the legislature and the governor sustain and in fact grow funding for AB 617, of course, contingent on future performance. And to really think about the investment over these 8 years as building infrastructure, organizational infrastructure, social infrastructure, relationships, human capital, again, the kinds of training that Dr. Sessa is involved in the South Coast and all of the districts involved in these learning processes. These are difficult lessons learned. They take time. They're based on rocky roads, as people have talked about, and there's been significant success in that. And so continuing that investment is really going to be crucial to have that infrastructure really pay dividends over time. So in addition to funding, we're also interested in seeing the ways that, in fact, the authorities could expand under the legislation. I'll talk about that in a moment. For CARB itself to continue to play an accountability role with the air districts, so to make sure that there's consistency in implementing the Blueprint 2.0, the really ambitious and visionary document. Also for CARB to play a leadership role with its sister agencies across the state to really manage that implementation ecosystem, that all of government approach. For air districts themselves to continue to keep their eye on the ball for community priorities and to make sure that the range of different kinds of SERP strategies, the rules, incentives, and others are well implemented, that they themselves play active roles in that implementation ecosystem with their associated cities and counties, the port districts, the agricultural agencies, and others, that they can play that kind of bridging role. And they can be learning, they themselves can be learning from each other's promising practices. For community organizations to really lean into what we've called, and I think Naimeen has talked about as well, anchor institutions, those that have that kind of capacity to mobilize and support community participation that's not just on paper, but is really meaningful and impactful. And we found that in all successful communities, there's some kind of anchor institution, that's really playing that crucial role. And then for other public organizations, whether that's other state agencies, cities and counties, local agencies, the research really calls out that their engagement is also really crucial, and that they really need to be able to step up and play a collaborative role, even when they're not currently mandated or funded, and hopefully in legislative forms, they will be both mandated and funded. So with that, I'll close my presentation and thank you for your attention and look forward.
Thank you so much, Dr. London. To conclude, we'd like to give a heartfelt thanks to all of our guest panelists and presenters for joining us today and sharing their perspectives. So we want to give a thank you to Brian Beveridge, Angie Balderas, Belen Leon Lopez, Naimeen Martinez, Dr. Anissa Hurd Johnson, and Dr. Jonathan London. This concludes the staff presentation, and I'll turn it over to you, Chair Randolph. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. That was a really robust and informative presentation, and special shout out to Angie for hanging in there and sharing her thoughts when she wasn't feeling well. So I actually have to step out for a few minutes, but Dr. Pacheco-Werner has graciously agreed to take over the chair duties, and I will return shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Board members, do you have any clarifying questions for the panel before we move to public testimony? Okay. Seeing none online. Great. So we will, yeah. Susan? Yeah, Dr. Shaheen?
Yeah, I just want to say wow. Like this was really inspiring and it's been a long day for us and it was just really wonderful. Ms. Martinez, I had a question for you. So you talked about your 33 strategies, right? I was really curious. You had electric vehicles and adding electric vehicle infrastructure, and I was just wondering if you could speak to us a little bit more about that and how the community is responding, what questions they might have, concerns, and how this overall structure through 617 might assist with that.
Sure. So definitely it's in the radar of the community and it's starting from zero. As I mentioned, there's no EV charging stations in the community. So the first question was like, well, if I buy an hybrid or electric car, where I'm going to charge it? The closest city with a charging station is the city of Tulare, which is like 30, 40 minutes away. So definitely there's a robust interest in the community to start with the infrastructure and then moving to really putting the community in the pipeline of getting the incentives that at least for now are still available. So we have been very resourceful at looking into what is out there that can help the community. Because as I said, we don't have designated funds, right? And CCGen is part of a collaborative also funded through CARB that is allowing us to bring these resources, including application for incentives, so that to start with the charging stations. Once again, the school has stepped up as kind of the community hub. So they have made their space available and would start there. But then we're hosting also assistant events where communities are not only going to learn about, oh, well, these incentives are available, but actually are going to get assistance applying for these incentives. So there is the interest, but definitely we have to start from creating that infrastructure and letting community members know of any funding available to them. And the incentive is not only for the private vehicles, but even for the trailers that I had mentioned. Why? Because a lot of these, obviously there's large fleets that come to the larger facilities, but then there's also small operators that what we have heard through the community meetings is that they are often unaware of these incentive programs because they are like a one-man operation where they have 3, 4, 5 trucks, but they are driving everywhere, so they don't know about where to apply for the funding. So when the funding is, they find out about these opportunities, funding is already not available anymore. So that's also the next step, to also work with the Air District to make sure that there's enough information to the community about access to these incentives for the vehicles, the diesel trucks, but also for even agricultural equipment, like harvesters that are, produce less dust, which was another big concern for the community. So definitely a lot to happen in the next few months. But yes, there's an interest and we're trying to do the best that we can to bring this information and assistance to the community.
Yeah, thank you for that. I just think it's so important that you provide this leadership in your community, but then what I'm delighted to hear about is the communities of practice philosophy and how we're going to take the learnings and spread them throughout the communities, because there's so many CNCs, as you all know. And so, yeah, I think you're really a great inspiration and leader, and all of you are. And I'm just really deeply touched and inspired by all of you. So go get more of those wonderful programs out there. 33 and counting, right? In terms of your strategies. Great.
Thank you. Board Member Rickshoffen, please, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm really inspired to hear the great success overall and the specific communities and Dr. Johnson's endorsement of hearty endorsement of the Blueprint 2.0 process. I have two quick questions for Maya. Number one is, are we following up on the suggestions of Brian Beveridge and Dr. London to have interaction and shared learnings among the 617 communities?
We did talk about this a little bit with our peer-to-peer learning series that has just recently been kicked off. It has a team of, I believe, 5 or 6 year one community members that are helping kind of share lessons learned. And they're working with our CARB staff and I believe the air districts as well to develop a webinar series to start sharing those lessons learned.
Great, thank you. And then the second question, you may not know the answer to this, of the consistently nominated communities, how many have plans for LSERPs? And it may be premature to predict this, but do you have any sense of how many are working on their LSERP plans?
Thank you. Deldy Reyes, Office of Community Air Protection. We did have a slide that showed our status of our air grants. If you look in combination at cycles 4 and 5, a total of 48 air grants have been awarded to communities that are on our consistently nominated list. We also have 14 between those two cycles of air grantees that are working on their local emission reduction plans. And that's very exciting for us. We really want to do everything we can to support those grantees in partnership with air districts. So just as you heard Nayamin describe the very first LSERP we had, which was from cycle 4, that Nayamin was part of, we want to make sure we can do even better to support these 14 now that we know more about how to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, board member. We'll go with board member Hopkins.
Yeah, I just want to echo my colleagues' thanks and have a question. Really, I want to acknowledge how difficult it is to build trust with government. And I actually feel like this room is a great example. Like here we are up in what feels like a literal ivory tower. And I always feel awkward because I'm like, do I look at the screen where I can see you better? Or do I like stretch my neck up, right? So that I can look down upon you in a super awkward way. And so I really appreciate that Dr. Hurd Johnson, said no 3-minute limits, because that also creates a really horrible power dynamic between members of the community who have lived experience that we need to hear. And they're, we're looking down on them and they have 3, sometimes 2, sometimes 1, right, minute to kind of tell their whole story, which isn't acceptable. I also appreciate that you said that work that you did 5 years ago doesn't count, because trust building is an ongoing process, right? And times change and you need to be there with folks every day. And I also wanted to give a quick shout out to Jedi and C-3PO, because my family just went through like the original Star Wars trilogy because my kids were old enough. So I was like, I have to tell my kids that I got to talk about that today at work. But my question is, do you have advice for us, Dr. Hurd Johnson and Ms. Martinez, of how we can also work at building trust as board members? Just any suggestions? There's kind of the institutional processes, but there's also relationship and trust building. And so just give us some advice.
I agree that trust is something that you build over time. So I think trust is showing up and not coming once and not showing up again, but being there for the community. And even if it's not only, when you go and have these community meetings, you cannot tell people, oh, we are here to talk about air pollution. And that's it. Please don't, start talking to me about any other issues, because that's not community life. Community life, it's all of it. So that's what we did when we did our community meetings. People come with all kinds of things. That tap water was, smelly and tasty. So we had to bring this person in charge of that to address that. We have to meet people where they are. And I think it's difficult as a board member, because you have a specific task. But to build those relationships, you have to meet people where they are and show that you are genuine. And that and being genuine is also say, I don't know, I don't have the answer, I don't have the resources, but let me look for it. So not being there just one time, and being even there just to listen and hear people as a human being that has many needs other than breathing clean air.
Thank you so much for your comments. You get to be in rooms that we don't get to be in. So do this work in the rooms that you can do the work in. I mean, I just can't say it any more like I don't have access to the people that you have access to. I don't know the things that you know. And so in those spaces, there's so much misinformation. There's so much negative information. And so the more that you can advocate and truly advocate, I think advocate like, wow, this is the impact, this is what it's had, this is the difference. You know, I will tell anybody who will listen, like, for me, it isn't just about the stories. The stories are important, but let's show you the results. Like, this is what is working. This isn't just qualitative information. This is quantitative information too. And so I feel that as board members, like you all have an acumen and access and spaces. And so having the fights in the places in which you have the fights, you can do that. So I definitely think the interaction is important too, but sometimes we won't be in those rooms. And so when you can be in the rooms, do that work there, is what I would say to my boss all the time. And then I would also say, tell us when you think we need to know the information, like, hey, this is what I'm hearing in these spaces. Like, we need to know that as well, because I don't know what you're hearing. The community doesn't know what you're hearing. So there's a lot of, dare I say, ignorance that is existing. A lot of people who do not know history, don't know herstory, they don't know what has happened. And I'm not talking about my children or a younger generation. I mean, one of the responsibilities I have at South Coast is to work with our Young Leaders Advisory Council. I will tell you, people who've grown up in air pollution, they have history, they have herstory, they know. They don't have to wait for us to tell them things. In fact, it's kind of adultist to think that we can tell them something that they don't already know. And so I feel that work with people where they are, I think, is an amazing observation. And then do the work that you're continuing to do. I think the fact that you're on a board and you're doing what you're doing on this board, advocate for us in those spaces in which we can't be at, I think would be an awesome way.
Thank you so much. I do have one question before we go to public comment. Dr. London, I know that I appreciate as a fellow qualitative researcher, just the magnitude of what you did over the years, and just really want to thank you for capturing those stories. And you talked a lot about power, and I really love the community power graph that you did in terms of the growth. But I wonder if you would like to share with us any particular story or something that surprised you or really inspired you, that really brings that chart to life for you.
Thank you for the question, and yeah, definitely connection on the research tip. I guess a number of stories that come together. I mean, one is just having heard how difficult it was in early years. Whether that was in Fresno or in South Coast or Richmond or any of those sites, really. And then being able to, sit with people and have them talk about, what was difficult, feeling, disrespected or feeling just frustrated that they wanted something more or different. But we really heard across the board people talking about how they've come to build relationships with each other, that kind of trust that was being talked about a moment ago. And that's and we really saw that just as examples when we were in, for example, a number of the San Joaquin Valley sites, the participatory budgeting, when there was literal, dollars on the barrel to be able to be allocated, or in some cases reallocated from a priority that wasn't as high on the list for community to those that were. And so just being able to see in real time money being moved from one category to another to really align with community interests. And often those are the things that were going to have the most direct effect literally on people's lungs, their live life experiences. So that was I think a really
inspiring kind of story. I think another, just, from our interviews, talking with people outside of the air districts and outside the CSEs, other, city and county representatives or state agencies, and hearing about how the process has really influenced them and how they've started to do their work differently and how they're starting to see a more alignment between a transportation plan or a port plan or another kind of, oriented plan. So that's been a really important, that kind of ripple effect. And that gave us that idea of the implementation ecosystem, that there really is this larger network out there that AB 617 is starting to really influence.
Thank you, Doctor. So we will now hear from the public who signed up to speak on this item, either by submitting a request to speak card or raise hand in Zoom. I will ask the board clerks to begin calling the public commenters.
Thank you. We have one in-person commenter and 7 in Zoom, excuse me. We will start with Philip Fine in person. If you want to give us just a moment to get a timer on the screen. Begin. Good evening, and I'll try to stick to my 2 minutes. Philip Fine, I'm the executive officer at the Bay Area Air District, and many of you on that side of the room encouraged me to sign up, and then many of you said exactly what I was going to say, but now I'm stuck. So I'm just going to put a couple exclamation points on what was said. And again, we have 4 communities that the Air District works with in the Bay Area, and I used to work at South Coast and worked with 5 communities there. So I've been in this program since the very beginning. And I just want to highlight a couple things that would not have happened unless this program existed, and would not have happened unless CARB and the air districts collaborated early on and got us to this place. So number one is, one thing we hear from our CSCs a lot is we want something permanent and durable, and they want rulemaking. And I think you saw it in the slides, but it's really important to know how many district rulemakings that are going to be durable and permanent emission reductions that came out of this program, because communities prioritize them and the rules came out stronger. And we've done about 4 rules so far that were driven by SERPs. We're working on 4 or 5 more. So you don't always see this right away, and rules take a long time to implement, but this is going to last into the future. Second, I want to talk about Professor London just mentioned this, how important it is that other agencies are at the table, even though they're not required to be at the table. This is a core demand of the environmental justice movement for the last 50 years, 40 years. And this is also something air districts have been complaining about for 40 years, that we can't, local planning agencies aren't taking air quality seriously. So that's an amazing outcome, and it's not universal, but there's cities have stepped up. The city of Oakland, city of Long Beach, cities and counties across the state have stepped up and voluntarily committed to things, put them in their plans, and are implementing. And finally, I want to just talk about how this program has fundamentally changed the way that districts work, not just focusing our efforts from regional air quality improvements to local air quality improvements, which was a necessary change, but also just how it's changed our staff and how we do our work. Listening to to Sessa talk, it makes me sad. I left South Coast so soon. We overlapped for like 2 weeks or something, or 2 months maybe. We need some of that up in the Bay Area, and we're working on it. And Professor London showed those charts of how things are improving over time. Those are real improvements. This isn't just in our communities. It isn't just in certain divisions. It is across the entire district. Maybe those improvements were because I left the program for 2 years, like right in the middle of there. Maybe that, hopefully it keeps going up now that I'm back. But anyway, it's 80% of our strategic plan. 80% of the commitments and objectives are EJ related, directly coming from our work with our Community Advisory Council and our CSCs. Everything we do is driven by our strategic plan and our SERPs, and we're carrying through on all that. So I just want to, express the Air District's support for the program. Great presentations tonight. It really made me feel great about where we are and where we're going to go. Thank you.
If I might, Chair, I just want to thank you for being here, Phil. I mean, you're the executive officer for the Bay Area Air District, and to come up here and so in the evening and support AB 617 with your comments, which were right on, and you've been involved with this right from the start, even if you took a little time off in the federal level. In some ways, I wish you were back at the federal level, but
I don't wish that upon you.
no,
Please.
making things better is what I meant. But thank you for being here, and it really means a lot to me personally, as well as I think to the program that you're here.
Thank you. And we actually got one more last minute in-person commenter for this item. Evan Edgar. Good evening. I'm Evan Edgar from the California Compost Coalition. I've been to every scoping plan since it started. This is the fourth one. Along the way, I went to every Environmental Justice Advisory Committee, EJAC. For the last 3 years, I've been highly supportive of EJAC, going to most of the quarterly meetings with all their initiatives. And EJAC has supported a lot of initiatives that the California Compost Coalition is doing. So we're early adopters of a lot of these issues, where we actually implemented the circular economy years ago before it was even a name. So we take organic waste from landfills that make a methane. And what we do, we make organic compost out of it for carbon farming. We use the RNG, renewable natural gas, to put it back in the same truck that picked it up. We make RNG for us in order to get off diesel, get off landfills, get off pesticides, get off fertilizers. That's what we do for the community, but we're unheard of. And we're not appreciated for all the work that the solid waste and recycling industry does, because you're trying to disrupt the circular economy by moving in ZEVs. That does none of that. It's a dirty linear economy by moving to ZEVs. So today we heard earlier about RNG for tow trucks. It works. Bring back RNG for near zero NOx. It's short-lived climate pollutants now in the near term. We're not going to wait till 2045 for near zero or zero carbon neutral. We've been doing it for 20 years. We have trialed out RNG for decades. We're making it work for everything. So please bring back RNG so that we can continue to work with the Environmental Justice Committee to get off landfills, get off diesel. Right now, we're doing a lot of renewable diesel because we can't buy the trucks, so we're staying on diesel. So we're highly supportive of EJAC on every quarterly meeting, and they're very supportive of what we're doing in order to make organic compost and in the near term and have carbon negative fuel today. We're doing it today. Don't disrupt what we're doing with RNG for a pipe dream that doesn't work. Thank you. Thank you. We will now move on to our commenters in Zoom. We currently have 8. First four are Barry F. Boyd, Sakira Maskal, Ryan Hayashi, and Faria Ali. I apologize in advance if I mispronounce anyone's names. Barry, I have activated your mic. You may unmute and begin.
Can I ask a quick favor and ask to go last? I'm actually on a Zoom call with the Director of Programming with AQMD. If I could just get a few moments and then I can come back to this, to the Zoom for your meeting.
Okay, we will move on to Sakira Maskal. One moment. Sakira, I have activated your mic. You may unmute and begin.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Beautiful. Good evening. I want to start off by saying thank you for the opportunity to be a part of this inspiring meeting and the work that CARB is doing with communities across the state. My name is Sakira Maskal with the Pesticide Action and Agroecology Network. On behalf of PAN and Californians for Pesticide Reform, we really urge CARB to address the harmful role of pesticide-related VOC emissions in ozone formation. Ozone is a greenhouse gas, a respiratory toxicant, and harms crops. Yet CDPR's monitoring and modeling methods may underestimate emissions by assuming idle application methods that don't reflect real-world farming. We ask CARB to vet CDPR's VOC testing methods, reevaluate application method adjustment factor assumptions, and assess the feasibility of soil moisture regulations. We also support stronger interagency collaboration and urge CARB to help transition growers towards sustainable, climate-friendly pest management.
Further, we denounce CDPR's decision to uphold 2 different exposure thresholds for the pesticide 1,3-dichloropropene, or 1,3-D, for farm workers and surrounding community members. Farm workers live and work in their communities, so their exposure to pesticides is not solely confined to 9 to 5 p.m. Further, California's own regulatory agency, OEHA, found that airborne exposure to 1,3-D should be limited to 0.04 parts per billion per day. So why is CDPR recommending that community members be exposed to a level of 1,3-D that is 14 times higher than the level OEHA recommends? We need to protect the people who are giving our bodies nourishment, not the people who are lining their pockets with profits from uncapped applications of the poisonous pesticide 1,3-D. Thank you, and we submitted our comments to the docket on July 14th.
Thank you. Brian Hayashi, I have activated your mic. You may unmute and begin. Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Ryan Hayashi, and I'm a Deputy Air Pollution Control Officer with the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District. On behalf of our organization, we want to express our appreciation to CARB staff for working closely with air districts and community members across the state on this comprehensive update, highlighting the important progress to improve air quality and the health of California residents, especially those in communities disproportionately impacted by air pollution, and reflecting on the meaningful community engagement taking place through the Community Air Protection Program. As our organization implements the Community Air Protection Program, over $146 million has been allocated to the CERT measures in the 4 Valley AB 617 communities that are estimated to reduce over 5,000 tons of emissions. Additionally, $328 million in community air protection funds not allocated to CERPs have been used valley-wide to fund opportunities to directly reduce and mitigate impacts from criteria and toxic air pollution in these communities, and charting a course for clean air that will benefit current and future generations of community members. In addition to the substantial funding investments, the district has also worked to enhance enforcement efforts and conducted an extensive rule evaluation, which led to the amendment of 8 district rules, resulting in 256 tons of NOx and 622 tons of VOC reductions annually. As someone that was born and raised in South Central Fresno, grew up poor, I know what kind of impacts this program means to the community members, and I can't understate the importance of this program. The district is proud of the partnerships formed and the ongoing progress that community residents, community-based organizations, businesses, and partner agencies have made in achieving the ambitious goals of the program, and look forward to continuing to work with CARB and impacted communities to build on these efforts to drive lasting change and create healthier futures for families across the state and the valley. And this is why making sure that additional funding for this program continues to be done. Thank you very much. Thank you. Faria Ali, I have activated your mic. You may unmute and begin.
Hello, this is Faria Ali with Pacific Gas and Electric. I appreciate the opportunity to take just a couple of minutes here to recognize the really hard work and progress that is being made by the community steering committees in our service territory and beyond. And as acknowledged in the testimony from your staff and the other speakers, there is still a lot of work to do, and the uncertainty of funding makes it even more important to partner wherever possible. And so in that vein, I wanted to highlight the potential for alignment between the AB 617 program and our PG&E climate programs that are aimed at supporting disadvantaged communities with building electrification and transportation electrification incentives. We believe that our existing goals for accelerating climate-related upgrades in our most impacted communities fit well with the goals of AB 617, and that there is significant opportunity to add to the existing momentum in these communities. I'm also going to adopt the term that Dr. London used of an implementation ecosystem, and just want to call out that it's not just other government agencies, but also industry and businesses that are also important parts of that ecosystem. And we look forward to being part of that. Thank you so much for letting me comment today.
Thank you. Our next few speakers have Khalam Tubati, Moses Huerta, LaDonna Williams, and Bianca Santoyo. Again, apologies if I mispronounce any names. Cholam Tubati, I've activated your mic. You may unmute and begin.
Thank you so much. My name is, I apologize if my connection is spotty. I'm not at home. Chalam Tubadi, I'm the co-chair of Bayview Hunters Point, Southeast San Francisco Community Steering Committee. I want to echo the board members' comments and Dr. Fine's comments that this presentation has been extremely invigorating. It's wonderful to hear all the speakers, Brian and Dr. London, and when Ms. Dr. Her Johnson was speaking, I was clapping and doing thumbs up a lot of the times. That said, if that my top of the mind, I guess the elephant in the room is not the funding, is the complete elimination of funding for AB 617. So I understand there are senators and assembly members on the board. So I'm sitting here trying to attend a meeting at the shipyard because we also have the second worst Superfund site in Bayview Hunters Point, and some of my members are trying to find the place. One thing I want to tell about the community steering committee members is that they also have like their day jobs, and they put all they have to also work on this. This is like a job. So I just wanted to bring that point out. It does, today is a sad day because the EPA has just declared the 2009 finding that greenhouse gases are not dangerous. In an environment like this, it does make me sad that when we have a challenge, the first thing we try to cut funding for is this very and extremely important program. So I am here urging the members, whoever can talk to the legislature, the senators, that,
Thank you. And
thank
that
you.
actually concludes your time. Moses Huerta, I've activated your mic. You may unmute and begin.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, board members. My name is Moses Huerta. I'm a resident here in Paramount in Southern California. And I want to highlight the comments that were made earlier from staff, and I really appreciate all the time and effort that they've placed into this presentation. I do want to emphasize something in the short minutes that I have here. I've been in observing this AB 617 program from its inception. And coming up to this presentation now, what's been developed is trust, as mentioned earlier, trusting in this program, in us and in addressing our concerns. I can tell you from me personally, I'm trusting that now I'm sharing my personal information or experience, and having it being taken into account and then be learned from. And as the professor also mentioned power, but I see it as confidence. I've now been instilled with confidence now that me sharing this experience along with other community members, that our concerns are going to be addressed and going to be progressed forward. I encourage what was asked a minute ago, what can we do? You'll be able to do this by continuing to support and see that has yielded benefits all across the state. So I want to encourage you to please, in these times when confidence and trust in decision makers and policies is waning, this will be such an opportunity to have this as a win for our communities. And to Dr. Sissa's process and Jedi, this is a do or do not. We don't want to hear try. We're not going to try. We want to hear we are going to do to continue this program and continue helping the trust and the confidence in our communities. Thank you, board, for the opportunity, and thank you to all the presentations for sharing their.
Thank you. LaDonna Williams, I have activated your mic. You may unmute and begin. Yes, good evening, LaDonna Williams, All Positives Possible. I would ask for additional time. We've sat all evening and day, actually the whole day, a work day, listening to you all talk back and forth amongst each other and then reduce community
to 2 minutes and this rapid fire talking, which means you're not really listening to us. Not a single board member or even those on the panel said we need to hear from those communities, real time, real life, who are on the front line, sick and dying, under the name AB 617, as if this is actually a successful model. It is not. As I speak with you today, both the polluter that is a personal or individual person and the community, literally, one have died, that's the polluter. The other is literally on breathing machines because of the lack of consistent support for reducing emissions in these disadvantaged, severely disadvantaged communities that CARB has promised to support, but have failed us. So it really is a disservice and a disrespect to us that we've got to rapidly talk and get these issues out because not one of you saw the need to give us more time to speak on this. And that is on the failure of this AB 617 model, as well as you quickly mentioned the grantees. You talked about the 20 point something million dollars that you're boasting, yet the Cycle 3 grantees, which we're one of, that was funded, is being asked or threatened with taking funding back, being accused of buying luxury vehicles, which is an outright lie, and then being intimidated by your processes, this new grant process and requirements that is all over the place, being winged and made up as they go along, putting that pressure on those of us that are boots on the ground, actually doing the work. And you're reducing us to 2 minutes to come here and speak to you all. That is disrespectful. That is absolutely
Thank you, LaDonna.
disrespectful.
Okay, and Bianca Santoyo, I have activated your mic. You may unmute and begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Bianca. I am a community organizer for Center Race Poverty and the Environment, also part of the CSC in Shafter and resident from the Arvin and Lamont. I am also a co-lead, so I've been in the forefront since day one when Shafter was elected, and the third year community as in Arvin and Lamont. I come here to support that the AB 617, even with its downfalls, has done a miraculous events in the Kern County area, not only having created the spray day for a statewide. We had to have the interstate agencies working together, making this possible. It was really difficult for like for the Shafter community to create something that was tangible, but now having it as a statewide in our 5th year incoming of the AB 617, that's a powerful message for our community, a small community, rural community that was forgotten for many years. I do urge that we have, as we started the AB 617, these communities need to continue doing the work. We need to, they have been benefiting the community day after day, as in air filters, lawnmowers, green vegetative barriers. These are emission reduction plans that came out of the 617 and that are still at this point reducing the emissions. Also, the road improvement that is happening in the Arvin and Lamont area. All these SERP incentives have helped community members and make us trust state agency as CARB. We urge you to continue to support these rural communities that have been affected over the years. Thank you.
Thank you. Davida Herzl, I've activated your mic. You may unmute and begin. Hello? Can you hear me? We can hear you. Okay, wonderful. Let me fix my mic. Hold on one second. Okay. Chair Randolph, Executive Officer Cliff, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Davida Herzl, and I'm CEO and founder of ACLIMA. ACLIMA strongly supports the Community Air Protection Program and the direction that you've outlined in Blueprint 2.0 to finish the job in the original 19 communities and deliver real support to the 64 consistently nominated communities, all within the next year. The statewide mobile monitoring initiative, also known as SMMI, that ACLMA is implementing, is one of the practical tools that make the second promise real, quickly, transparently, and at scale. The results of AB 617 and the promise of SMMI provides a perfect example of the wise saying that what gets measured gets managed. For far too long, many communities have had to advocate without the granular evidence they deserve. With SMMI, CARB, air districts, and communities will have block-by-block data on criteria pollutants, air toxics, and greenhouse gases to identify sources, target incentives, inform enforcement, and prioritize health protections where they're needed most. Along with our partners at CARB, we help design SMMI to embody the values of AB 617, equity, transparency, and actionability. At least 60% of the monitoring resources are prioritized for California climate investment priority populations. Communities co-lead the work. So we're not doing this on our own. They help define the boundaries. They identify the areas of concern. They shape how the results are communicated. The state of California will make all the data publicly available. And to ensure trust, all measurements follow rigorous QA/QC procedures with CARB scientists in the lead on analysis and interpretation. We also recognize that durable solutions require broad participation and an all-of-government approach. We embrace constructive engagement from air districts, researchers, public health partners, local governments, and industry. The faster we can align around defensible, harmonized shared data, the faster we can cut emissions, reduce exposure, and deliver measurable health benefits to communities. Finally, we urge sustained multi-year funding for the Community Air Protection Program. The community.
Thank you. And our last speaker, Barry F. Boyd. I have activated your mic. You may unmute and begin.
Oh, I started talking and I realized I was unmoved. Thank you again for allowing me to get back into the line. Again, this is Barry F. Boyd. I am a board member on the Sacramento Environmental Justice Coalition. That's sac-ejc.org, and a committee member on the South Sacramento Florin Community. My words are getting stuck. Community Steering Committee. But I am not speaking on behalf of either of those entities this evening, but as a concerned citizen and resident that lives in the South Sacramento Meadowview neighborhood that is now in the Expanded Community Emissions Reduction Program, CERP boundaries. Yes, we were one of the last consistently nominated communities brought into the CERP program. I appreciate the earlier presentations, but I am not a speed listener. If CARB would, at its availability, restate if in fact the 19 CNCs are going to continue to be funded throughout the current funds already that have been allocated, and or are we in danger of those funds being clawed back, and or this is if in fact the legislation votes not to continue funding, and or are the funds that we currently have solidified to where we don't have to worry. With that said, even if the legislation votes yes, continue to fund, or maybe if they vote no, I ask that the CARB board ask for a forensic accounting audit on the $635+ million that have been accumulated through the cap and trade, to which would point out exactly where every dollar went, and also if the value of the cost of the incentive credits are valued at a price that would be fair, and if they need to be raised, please raise them.
Thank you. And that concludes our commenters for this item.
Thank you. Staff, are there any issues raised in the comments that you want to address?
No, thank you.
This is an informational item only, so there is no need to close the record. Board members, do you have any additional comments or questions? Yeah, Dr. Balms, and then we'll go.
Thank you, Dr. Pacheco-Warner. Well, first of all, I have to apologize to Phil. I really don't want to send it back to EPA now. I just have nostalgia for the EPA that he was part of that actually recognized that environmental justice was a key issue for our country. But now I'll start with my comments about this presentation. First of all, I want to thank everybody who's been involved here with AB 617. You're my people. This program is, you know me, I tend to tear up. This program is very important to me for the reason Phil said very well, that it's a program that the state of California, with local partnerships, both with air districts and communities, is trying to transform how we control air quality to protect low-income communities of color that are disproportionately burdened with exposure to environmental hazards, but particularly air pollution. And that's transformative. And, you know, we talk a lot about how the EPA under the Trump administration is trying to destroy the EPA. I think I'm not mincing words here. And we talk about the waiver rescission for our ZEB mandate. But they're equally down on what we do with AB 617. Do you think they would be interested in funding low-income communities of color in terms of anything about environmental justice protection? So that's why this program is so important to me. And, you know, I've been involved from the start with AB 617, design and implementation. And it was a rocky start. There's no question about it. But I was really very heartened to hear the, you know, speakers. I want to thank, you know, Brian from West Oakland, Angie Balderas from San Bernardino and Muscovoy, and Belen Leon Lopez from Imperial County, an air district representative.
Is already in progress. For 10 hours, press pound or star to continue the conference. Otherwise, your conference will end in 75 minutes.
We have. But, and you know, I've known and worked with Nyameen for a long time. I've had the pleasure of getting to know Sessa a bit through AB 617 consultation group, and wow. And Jonathan, you know, a fellow UC professor, has been doing great work for a long time in support and evaluation of AB 617. And I'm pleased with, you know, with little exception, been hearing positive support from community members as well as staff and organizational representatives. So, you know, I think we just have to keep on going to continue the success. There's a lot more to do, especially with the continuously nominated communities. I'll say it for Hector since he's not here. You know, that in his mind, we were always using the 19 designated communities to inform how we would support the rest of the state, where there are equally deserving low-income communities of color disproportionately burdened by air pollution. So how can we move forward? We've got the knowledge now, lessons learned, which have been described very eloquently today, but we need the financial support. And I want to say first, and Deldy will correct me if I'm wrong, or somebody else from the staff, the funding for the current year is in place. Correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Deldy Reyes, the funding is in place for air districts, but those dollars are spoken for to support the commitments air districts already have. And any interruption in the funding, of course, will affect next year.
Yeah. And so we have to educate. Those of us on the board cannot lobby the legislature, but we can educate the legislature about the importance of continuing this program. And I forget who said it, but somebody said that there was, maybe it was Brian, but somebody said that there was a compact that communities expected that the funding would continue. I mean, it was part of the deal about cap and trade, that AB 617 was going to be a transformative program for environmental justice, and that was supposed to continue. Now, nobody said anything about a an end date. And I, for one, strongly support, beyond strongly, extremely strongly support that some of the cap and trade funds that we collect has to go to support AB 617. I feel, I can't say it any stronger. And so I know it's late, and my other board members want to speak, I'm sure, but I want to thank, in addition to all the speakers I've already thanked, I want to thank Chanel for her leadership about environmental justice in general for CARB, but the OCAP team, who I've really enjoyed working with, especially Deldy, who took a lot of grief early on when things were rocky, but she's led the ship, I think, very well. And I think that's enough.
Okay. Board Member Ortiz-Legg.
That was slick. Well, well said to my fellow board members on all the comments that they have for you in regards to this program. And I just thought that it was just marvelous. It was really marvelous. I love the quote, "a great model for all decision-making bodies." And I think you spoke to that in how much we're learning. The wisdom that you shared, the wisdom you've gained really has so much impact, and just it demonstrates the magic of allowing people to get a grasp of what's going on out there and how that disconnect has been going on. And I thought it was really fascinating that, matter of fact, you talked about we have access to certain things that you don't have access to. So I was texting with one of my PG&E people, and then PG&E called in because they were like, yes, we want to do this. This is what we're supposed to be doing. And I think that it speaks to you, Dr. London, too, and highlighting again the expansion of once you've empowered people with information and knowledge to know, like, oh yeah, we need this and we need that, and yeah, we shouldn't have that. This is wonderful. When you look at the map, you see where the locations are of the communities. The location where I represent isn't marked in there, but there are communities in there. And this will help the small little agricultural communities that are, on the outskirts of areas that don't have this kind of representation and as much organization. And so it's going to be, so on behalf of my community, I say thank you for this, and for the continuation of this is something that I very much support as well. So right on. Thank you.
Board Member Takvorian.
Hi, thank you so much. And I'm pretty overwhelmed by this presentation, I have to say. I think it is one of the most inspiring and compelling presentations that I've seen here. And so huge gratitude to everyone who's here today, and all of you who have been in the trenches doing the work for so long. There's not a lot more to say between the CARB staff progress report, Dr. London's evaluation report, and especially the presentation from the community representatives and the districts. I think that you identified so many of the critical issues that have come along with this program and the improvements that we've received as a result of it. I just want to say that there's gratitude in so many directions, but Dr. Baums really should be recognized. He's served as this board's liaison to the program through the consultation group since the beginning, and he it is credited, in my view, with much of its success. So huge gratitude to you, Dr. Baums, and I just want everyone who perhaps hasn't been on the board as long to know that you've really guided this ship in a lot of ways. So we really, really appreciate it. And just to echo some of what others have said, the origin story for this program is not pretty. It was not a respectful process to EJ communities. It should never have been a compromise move to get cap and trade adopted, but that's what it was. And CARB staff, air districts, and most of all, the communities stepped into that challenging environment and made it work. So because of your efforts and many of the others throughout the state, it became a really successful program. And in a lot of ways, a really authentic mechanism for EJ communities to communicate their visions to the air districts and CARB. And there's just a lot to say. I'm going to stop, but I do think that the culture shift that has been identified by the community presenters, especially in the districts, the accountability between CARB, the districts, and the communities, these were very strong concerns that we had at the beginning of this program. The learning was multi-directional, and to hear everyone acknowledge that is really, really important. And also, I think Dr. London pointed out that some of the things happened directly due to the 617 investments, which were really detailed in the CARB staff report, but others that were pointed out by Dr. London were things that happened as a result of the existence of the 617 communities, the community steering committees, the SERP. And, you know, one example I know very well is the Port of San Diego's maritime, clean air strategy. And honestly, that would not have happened, I don't think, without the strong push from the SERP and from the community steering committee. And another that I'm also familiar with is that the border communities were never even acknowledged as having incredibly significant air pollution because there was no cross-border monitoring. But CARB stepped into that, responded to the communities, and now we see that's one of the most impacted communities, which we all knew, but it didn't show up on the maps. So those things are critically important just for those communities. And the last thing I just want to say, well, second to the last thing, is I'm really impressed with the fact that DPR has launched this statewide notification system. And I look back, we met in Shafter in February of 2020. It might have been the last time we were together before the pandemic hit. And this was a critical issue that community members wanted. And so now it's happening. It's 5 years later. And yes, we went through a pandemic, but you know, these things shouldn't take that long. And I think we all recognize that, but I did hear that there's other communities that are now benefiting from NIAMIN, that they're benefiting from this process. So I really appreciate that. And I think that's really how it should work. Lastly, I do hope decision makers currently considering the state budget will take the time to watch this video. It's inspiring, it's compelling, it tells the story of why this program needs to continue to be funded. And it should be secured funding out of the greenhouse gas reduction fund. I think it's critical that there not be this opportunity to defund it every year in the state budget. So I hope that it can be secure and really allow these communities to do the work that they've done so successfully. So thank you so much.
Hey, Dr. Pacheco-Werner.
Thank you. I definitely echo all my fellow board member comments, and really want to take time to thank both the CARB staff and the Air District staff, because I do think that it's not lost on me how much painful growth you all have done, and that you could have walked away, or you could have said, well, this was nice experiment, let's move on, right? But you all dug in with community, and I think that that's really important and a model really to other agencies that want to try something as bold as 617, that it is hard, but you don't quit. You actually listen, and you actually evolve, and you learn, and you adapt new strategies, and you learn that, yeah, maybe participatory budgeting is possible, you know, things like that. And I really want to thank, you know, both CARB staff and Air District staff for that, because it's been amazing to see over the years. And, you know, NIAMIN, who is a Irvine Leadership Award winner, for those of you that don't know, she, you know, I think that she represents, especially in the LSERP process, a person and a skill set that we really need to capture and learn how to build capacity around the state. because she's amazing, but she is one person. And so how do we help others around the state? Is there an opportunity for a capacity building academy that helps these people to really be able to carry the torch on an LSERP? Because that is such a unique process with such a unique skill set that, how do we set them up for success? And I know there's a couple of CSC members online on Zoom, and I just really want to thank you all. This is amazing. I mean, somebody said it already, taking the time out of their day and, not professionals in this work. But I think what needs to be captured is that they have stayed in a process and an experiment, really, for the sheer love of their community, right? And I think that that's really something very commendable that should be inspiring to all of us right now when we think that systems are crumbling upon us, and all around us, that no, we are the system, right? We are the people, and the CSC is such an amazing model of that. I do think that, yes, we keep refining, we have not arrived, right, on the funding piece big time. And then also just, where do we go next? What do we do next to really make this model last forever? And so we do keep refining, but it is important, like we did today, to celebrate and, take time to really mark the force that is 617 now around our state. I don't think that should be lost on anyone right now. That this continues to have a pulse, and not just have a pulse, but now be really embedded in how air districts do business and how we do business at CARB. And lastly, I do think that, we do need to keep figuring out how to hear from community in new and innovative ways. And, to Ms. Williams, I'm definitely open to meeting with you one-on-one and hearing you out and learning more about how we can do better and strengthen the program and the process. Because I do think that that's the type of spirit that has kept the 617 program going and the success that it is today. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other? Oh, Board Member Hopkins.
Thank you. I just wanted to uplift a few of the comments that we heard today. And I think that the quote that Dr. Balms was referring to was from Brian from West Oakland, who described that the potential loss of funding as, quote, the betrayal of an agreement made with our communities. And I apologize, I did not write down the gentleman's name who was referring to Bayview Hunters Point in his acknowledgement of the people with lived experience. And he said, quote, they put all they have into this. And then another quote that really struck me was, do or do not, no try. And, it struck me that the difference between my day job as a county supervisor and my job here is that here I meet with and I'm approached by a lot of folks who are paid to reach out to me, right? And so when I go back home to Sonoma County, I can tell you exactly where the contaminated sites are, where we've got sources of, methyl mercury and chrome-6 and arsenic. And I know exactly what communities and what streets flood first. And people always ask me after a flood, which happens pretty much every winter, why do people live here? It's because they can't afford to live anywhere else. And so that's a very different experience than coming here and, making policy that impacts an entire state. And that is really why the work of AB 617 communities is so critical, because there will always be folks who, are paid to do the work to advocate with board members. And yet there are folks who are just trying to survive each and every day, and they don't even have time to call into a meeting because they're trying to get food on the table, they're trying to get their kids to sleep, they're trying to pay the bills. And so I just want to say thank you so much for bringing those voices to this meeting today. And not only that, but for the work that you do each and every day to actually turn those voices into substantive policy. And finally, just a shout out to our awesome executive officer, Phil Fine, who has been traveling for, I don't know, the last 24, 48, 72 hours. But is deeply committed to listening to our AB 617 communities and absolutely turning those, what he hears, into substantive rulemaking processes in the Bay Area. And I know that that's happening all throughout the state as a result of this program. And I really hope that we don't let those communities down, because the even worse than not having trust in the first place is forming trust and then breaking it, because you can't go back from that. So thank you also, Dr. Baums. I feel like your passion has inspired me. It's infectious, and just knowing how much of your life you've dedicated to this and how much love you clearly have for the work is really inspiring, and I'm glad I get to sit next to you.
Okay, I will wrap up the board member comments with a shout out to my colleagues, because I think this board has been so clear from the very beginning, and as we have transitioned new members onto the board, of the importance of this program, their commitment to this program, the commitment to sort of continually evolving it. And that has really, I think, helped achieve sort of the collective work that you all have done. And of course, shout out to Dr. Baums and to our former board member, Davina Hurt, who also devoted a ton of time to this process and improving this process. So I just really kind of wanted to thank my colleagues, and of course, you know, everyone who shared their stories today. We are in a time when empathy and community are out of fashion, and this shows that that's not a real thing. That's a media thing. Like, this is where the community and the empathy and the work and the growth is happening. So I appreciate all of the amazing work you're doing, and we will continue to do everything we can to support progress. Oh, and Dr.
I just want to thank you, Chair Randall, for your support of AB 617 in particular and environmental justice in general.
Thanks, Dr. Baums. Okay, so this is an informational item. So we are officially done with our item, and let's give everyone a round of applause. Okay, we're not done yet. It is now time for open comment for those who wish to provide a comment regarding an item of interest within the jurisdiction of the board that is not on today's agenda. The clerk will call on those who have submitted a request to speak card, and if you are joining us remotely and wish to comment, please click the raise hand button or dial *9 now. Will the board clerk please call on those who have raised their hand or signed up to speak?
Okay, we have one in-person commenter, Evan Edgar.
Good evening, Evan Edgar on behalf of the California Compost Coalition. We represent organic refuse haulers statewide. There's about 8,000 private sector fleets. Plus I represent a lot of public fleets. There's another 8,000 public sector fleets. On the private side, we've been doing RNG forever, 20 years, and we continue. And we want the NOx engine to count as near zero. So today was a big meeting early on, so we support the resolution. But what we're forgetting about is the 8,000 public sector fleet. They're still stuck on ZEVs, and they don't have a choice. And it's very expensive in affordability index for the public sector to have ZEV infrastructure. We're talking stuff they can't afford on CAPX. And a lot of these public sectors are wastewater. We partner with the public sector every day, private partnerships, to take 13/8 organic waste, clean it up, and take it to the wastewater to make biomethane. And the future of biomethane is critical, especially for the public sector fleets who are now going to have to go carbon positive with the ZEVs. Today, Dr. Cliff talked about having this RNG workshop. I must have been in front of this board about 12 times over the last 3.5 years asking for this RNG public meeting, the future of biomethane. Haven't got it. Today, there's some hope that the meeting may actually happen eventually. We team up with CASA with wastewater. They asked for it, SWANA with regards to the public fleet. The public fleet is being left behind with a lot of CapEx. So this partnership is very important because we're carbon negative now, and going to ZEVs is carbon positive. We're at about 100 CI is for the RNG out there, and by transitioning to ZEVs, we'll be carbon positive. And there's no reason for that. So we implore upon you to hold the meeting about the future of biomethane. We don't make RNG for other people. We make it for a tethered fleet. We're not going to put in a pipeline to Modesto for a tomato processing plant. We make it for us, and we need it in our transportation sector now for short-lived climate pollutants in the near term that's carbon negative today. So thank you for the earlier resolution. We support that. Let's have that workshop.
Thank you, Evan. We'll now move to our commenters in Zoom. We currently have 3, starting with John Weber, LaDonna Williams, and Barry F. Boyd. Oh, looks like John Weber dropped his hand. LaDonna Williams, we'll go ahead and move on to you. Oh, excuse me, sorry. John Weber, I've activated your mic. You may unmute and begin. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. A good long day, CARB chair and board. Thank you for your service in trying to clean the air in California. I was driving the other day and was passed by a souped up 1960s pickup truck. It left me choking and trying to breathe, as it did all the people behind it. The driver of the pickup wasn't impacted by his exhaust, only the people behind him were. This one vehicle was polluting the equivalent of likely 1,000 modern vehicles. I'm a car guy and appreciate old vehicles. Saying that, old classic vehicles, if driven on the roads, need to meet modern emission standards or be converted to electric. What is CARB doing to address these gross polluters? One of my neighbors had 9 vehicles parked in their driveway and on the street. None of them have been smog checked. Most had Nevada license plates. They all are expired, some for decades. Some had no plates. One has a California plate, but no tag. These vehicles are driven daily or weekly. Obviously, laws aren't being enforced, and the people living and working in California are driving non-smog checked vehicles. How is CARB addressing this? Is there a way to report these non-smog checked vehicles? If so, please share it. Thank you. Thank you, John. LaDonna Williams, I have activated your mic. You may unmute and begin.
LaDonna Williams, all positives possible. Yes, Chair Randolph, I think you had stepped out. I want to appeal to you to do or put together a civil rights forum or hearing or meeting so that you can actually hear the real-time, real-life concerns of AB 617 communities that are not on here trying to appease you guys and say, what is pleasing to the ear, because what we're witnessing here today clearly is a reach for additional funding. I'll give you guys that, but it should not be done at the expense of our community's health and lives, claiming AB 617 is this huge success when it is not. Though those of us who are addressing civil rights complaints for just simply trying to include environmental justice in our programs have become a target of one of your administrators. I've heard some others have been doing it too, but in particularly firsthand experience where we become targets of racial epithets that's been spewed in our direction, have targeted us, followed us, have sent these nuts out following our families, all as a result of being connected with CARB and doing this work. So if you all really want to hear what's really happening in our communities, please put together the civil rights complaint hearing, which we have filed within CARB that has been ignored for a year now. Thank you, Dr. Tanya Pacheco, and I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name, for at least acknowledging that at least one of the board members hears a Black voice voicing concerns about the mistreatment and the lack of adequate time given for us to share our concerns with you.
Thank you. Barry F. Boyd, I've activated your mic. You may unmute and begin.
Thank you. Barry F. Boyd again here as a concerned citizen. And my matter not on the agenda is I'm asking if CARB would order a report on the cap and trade incentive credits if they were valued at a fair price point, or were the incentive credits were they at an undervalued price point? My point being, if the cost of the incentive credits were at a price point which would affect a company to actually mitigate their gross pollution or their pollute as being a polluter that qualifies for the incentives, it would be cheaper for them to fix what is causing their pollution than pay the incentive credit. That should be the point, versus the incentive credits being at a price point low enough to where it's just a cost of business operation line item, like, yeah, okay, whatever. Make it hurt to the point where we need to fix our pollution output so we don't have to pay those absorbent costs for the incentive credits through the cap and trade program. Let's make it make sense. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our commenters for open comment.
All right. Thank you. The July 24th, 2025 CARB board meeting is now adjourned. Thank you all for being here.